Hello, it is once again time to, hold on, the music's quite loud. Oh, next song. It is once again time to edit. Yesterday was actually pretty productive for the video's progress. Not only on stream but also off stream. I did a first of all on stream. I'm trying to find where we ended it, or where we started and then where we ended, just to kind of see how much we actually finished, so we can see what we can maybe expect today. Hold on, let me mute this real quick. Okay. Nope, that's... I think... Yeah, that's what I've done offline. Aha, I think here it is. So here is when when the stream started. And then we went all the way to... here, somewhere. I think here. This bit. Wait, was it this? Yeah. So this must be roughly 450... Yeah, like almost 45 seconds. Doesn't seem like much, but it's actually pretty good for my compared to how how fast I usually edit. Sometimes I edit, when I've edited offline, took me like a whole day to edit a whole minute sometimes. But right now, like these sections here require more like just finding clips and putting them together, rather than just a lot of editing like we've done here yesterday with this amazing with this fun little transition right here, where it's just him coming in. Oh, I see a mistake. Do I? No, that was just a glitch, I guess. But yeah, so that's what we've done yesterday. I then edited a bit more offline, which meant that I've already also added another song, probably my favorite song out of all of them in this video so far. And we've reached that song already. I added all this yesterday, and now we are at this point. And this is where what is this again? Oh, hold on. And now the model is ready to do some test renders. Oh yeah, right. So now it is about showing the test renders that I've made. Like I've created a few poses, a few shots to kind of see what the final result could look like. And that is what this part is now all about, with this new song that I can show you in a second. Welcome Axios, hope you have a good day. Cairo, hope you do too. Dark Souls, welcome back, hope you have a good day. Let me show you this new song, my favorite song out of all of them. This one was my previous favorite, I think, this one, but this one is even better. I found that one yesterday, and then I think I only need like maybe one or two more to really finish this up. So hopefully we can maybe get to maybe over here, and then tomorrow we will probably get pretty close to the end, and then I can finish it either on Saturday or Sunday, and then it's gonna be up whenever it's done. So yeah, let me show you this song real quick, because I really like it. Of course I can't really play the visuals. Well, I can, but I don't want to risk the stream once again breaking down, so I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play the visuals because yeah, it just takes a bit more to load everything, and then my OBS could crash. So let's do it without it. Let's do, I don't know, go from here, and that allows me to... Oh yeah, this is the song that we've selected yesterday. The song that yeah, that we searched through yesterday on stream. This one, actually, I thought I would stop it somewhere over here, but then I actually listened to it further, and it actually perfectly supported everything that came after it. So I just kept it here, and yeah. So this one's maybe even the longest song in the whole video. But yeah, let's listen to it, and then we can continue. biggest issues with trying to create a 2D style in 3D. Welcome, Arab. It's hard to create a decent line art automatically, and even then it doesn't look that great. Something I did in my Berserk project was to add line art as textures, but this only really works well from a certain distance. If you're too close to the character, the lines are way too thick, and if you're too far away, they almost disappear. I needed a technique that allows me to manually create these lines while also changing thickness depending on the distance. And these individual lines of geometry are the solution. The way to add line art to your 3D characters is with this grease pencil line art modifier. It checks for silhouettes and contours that the camera can see and draws a line over them. So, by creating this second layer of geometry lines that hover over the actual body, the modifier identifies those as contours and turns them into line art. Which is also the way to hide the pixelated texture edges. The line art lines just cover them, so you can't even see them. And now the model is ready to do some test renders to see what a final result could look like. And this is also where the last technique comes into play that turns Deadpool's look from good to great.
Kiss me in the rain tonight. I'm here at the borderline.
Something a lot of people have commented under my Berserk video is the lack of compositing. Compositing can completely transform your animation, but so far I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, we need something to edit. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. To create these super dynamic poses, you have to almost break the rig, stretching and scaling his body to create extreme foreshortening like this. But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom in how you're posing the characters. And if you want to get some deeper... Well, it goes a bit further, but yeah, this is what we're going to work on today. You know, this one's actually, you know, a very long compilation bit, but I wanted to test it out because why not? I haven't done that for a bit now, and I wanted to do that again. So yeah, there you go. Welcome OG, welcome back. Piranchu, welcome. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so this is the next bit. Hopefully we can get through this as, you know, as not as quickly, but as hopefully we can get far here, because I would like to finish this roughly, you know, as close to tomorrow as possible. And it seems like we're actually getting through it quite quickly, which is nice. So let's see what the next bit is. I think what I'm also going to do is leave out this section here. Like the compilation bits, because they probably want to add some like custom 3D stuff in here, which just, you know, is too you know, requires too much resources on my PC for it to stream. So I'm gonna do that offline probably, but we can do the other bits, which, you know, it should still be fun. First of all, let me enable everything again. Okay. So, let's see what the first bit even is. And now the model is ready to do some test render. So here you can see I kind of showed off that when I texture paint, I have texture painted Deadpool's like leather bits, so I mask them out, so I can determine different colors for, you know, the leather and the red bits, the dark and the black and red bits. And the problem with that, of course, is if you go very, very close, you can see the texture pixelation, I guess you could call it. And the way to solve that was with these custom lines that then through the line art modifier get turned into lines, which then cover, you know, these pixelation edges or pixelated edges, and then just cover them, you know, so you can't even see them. Yeah, you can't even see them. So now the model in the video is ready to do some test renders. Let's see what I'm talking about here, so we can find some good footage here. I think most of this bit here afterwards is more about finding clips and less about creating custom you know, custom scenes or whatever. But we'll see. Welcome AEPBR. Hope you have a good day. So, oh yeah, and also actually no, never mind. Okay, let's get into it. This will be... And now the model is ready to do some test renders to see what a final result could look like. And this is also where the last technique comes into play that turns Deadpool's look from good to gray. Okay, yeah, I think here, yeah, there's some basic showing him off where, you know, what he looks like in the, after all the 2D and 3D changes. Yeah, this is the change that I've discovered at some point that I think is the best way to add custom line art to your 3D models, which is just to add, like, you know, through the line art modifier, if you want to create like an anime character, for example, with just like an edge, just like these single edges hovering over the actual model. And you can kind of, you know, just like by retopology, just lay them on top of the body, and then you can use a shrink wrap modifier to, you know, I guess glue them to the top, to the surface. And then there's also like an offset setting, so they're always on top of this actual modeled surface. And this way you can make sure that you always have these line arts, no matter what the deformations are, or usually sometimes they kind of go underneath, but that is usually you can avoid that. And this is kind of the best way I've found to create, you know, line art like this. This usually wouldn't happen. You would kind of see something like this in drawings, but of course the line art modifier works in a kind of different way where it looks as contours, like on the outside here on the edges, and draws lines there, but it doesn't really look at the structure of the model and kind of interprets where the lines would be. So this, in my opinion, or, you know, from what I've found so far, is the best way to add, you know, like I guess a manual touch and add these manual internal lines, I guess. Yeah, this is the best way I've found so far to do that. And then you can see here, this is the bit where it was kind of pixelated, and then it, you know, if you just put that over, you will never see it, because these lines, the problem was before that, I tried texture painting the lines before, but that wasn't really that great either, because it, you know, if you texture paint them, they don't really change, I guess, thickness based on how close the character is, which means that if it's way too far away, the lines get way too thin, and if it's way too close, the lines are way too thick. And this, of course, because these edges are being interpreted as lines by the line art modifier, depending on how far away you are, you know, that always changes how thick the lines are. So the lines are always, you know, as thick as they should be, which is, you know, exactly what was missing in the previous version of this idea, I guess. Okay. The test renders? Yeah, so now I want to just see if I can find a final version of him that I can show, and then, yeah. Yeah, so I think today it's more about, oh yeah, here you can see, like once I added all the lines, what it would then look like. And of course it looks way better than without the lines. I think there's actually a pretty good clip right here. Bam. So this is now without the lines, of course. And then I think I should get into it. Should go into it in a second here. Yeah, then I select, you know, the line art here in the line art modifier. I also separated the line art, so I have multiple different line art modifiers doing different things. You don't necessarily need to do that, but I just did it because it's easier to then identify the different layers. And then you can see what it looks like with the lines. I think that adds like so much more to the whole thing and makes it look so much more, you know, 2D, just because you've added like these unique or like these man-made lines, which, you know, a program wouldn't add there. So you've kind of added like a, you know, kind of like a human touch to it, which I think is important for these, for like a 2D look, because it adds like this, you know, I guess human touch is kind of just like imperfectness and, you know, and mathematical imperfectness, I guess, which is usually why these kind of, you know, 3D things don't look as good as they could be, or don't look as 2D as they maybe could be. Maybe this too, just to kind of have a second option here. And then, yeah. Let's see. Last time, of course, I kind of tried... So this, in this project, I kind of tried to combine all the methods that I've used before. To, you know, of course, make this one better than the previous one. But especially the thing that I was missing in the Berserk video was using grease pencil to kind of paint over the final render to kind of just refine some things and really make it look as good as possible. I want to really do that here and now, because it is, I think that is also something that can really change the look of the final result. So for example, here you can still see in these regions here how the shadows are still kind of, you know, just kind of wobbly. Nobody would draw this way, but because of course the computer calculated the surface to be this way and the light to fall this way, it just kind of looks like this. You know, the PC doesn't care about perfectly straight lines. It only cares about perfectly realistic shadows, or, you know, realistic shadows. As close as it can get, since Eevee isn't 100% perfect. And you're kind of you then have kind of the job of trying to make it look, you know, how you want it to look. I think the makers of the Spider-Verse movies, I think it said at some point when they talked about how they made the movie, talked about how they had to force the you know, the computer, they had to force the computer to do what they wanted to do, because there's, you know, always like this kind of difference in what it creates and what you maybe thought it should look like. And then, you know, it's kind of your job at the end to kind of, you know, bend the final result to look more like what you would, you know, what you would want to see. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So all of this is just fiddling around, I guess, which is all unnecessary. Oh, I did lines again? Why? Oh, right. So here, something I tried is, there was a moment, so what you can do for anime characters, and what a lot of people do, is adjust the normals, which is actually a technique that I learned in a previous project in the Berserk video, but I'm not going to use here probably, just because it's very, very annoying and very boring to me and very tedious. So I try to avoid it, but it's basically adjusting the normals of an object. You can kind of customize them and, you know, adjust them manually to make them look more like, you know, like 2D, for example. You can, for example, copy the normal, which is just pointing in one direction, of a plane, and then paste that onto all the vertices of, for example, a character's face, and then the face appears completely flat. But of course, you know, that you wouldn't usually do. You would go more complex if you want to create a whole character, and doing that for all of this, you know, can be very, very time consuming. And here I thought I could maybe create a more cleaner version of the model by using, you know, subdivisions, because, you know, that kind of smooths out everything. It makes it nice and clean. And then I could maybe copy the shape of this, like the normals of this, over to the original model, which does work. But the problem is that you usually, if you use custom normals, you usually, I think, try to avoid using subdivisions. But since this character here is very reliant on subdivisions for the muscle structure and stuff, I can't really do that. And that meant that the result of what I'm trying to do here doesn't really work. Like, copying doesn't really work that well. But it still looked better than, like, it might work for a static shot, but if it's animated, it would have to copy the normals for every frame, and that just makes the whole workflow way slower and way more annoying, because it lags way more, and that is just something I don't want to deal with. So I just didn't do it and just let it and just decided, instead of adjusting the normals beforehand, I just adjust them, I guess, afterwards by, you know, by just painting over them. Then I don't have to worry about good looking normals. I just, you know, adjust it afterwards. Welcome, Iconic. Hope you have a good day. Simple Art Vibes, welcome. Looks pretty good, thank you. Yeah, I think the biggest issue with these projects is always that it usually looks nice when it's like a static shot. The problem often arises when it then gets animated, because then that's when you very easily can see, oh, let me see if I can see a final result of me trying to copy the normals. There we go. I think it must be here. Is it this? No, not yet. Is it? Hold on. It falls apart kind of once you try to animate it. Because, yeah, so this is what it would look like with this cleaner mesh. But it is just, yeah, it's just too laggy, so I just stopped doing it. And this is also not perfect, because you have like these weird jagged edges, which, you know, you don't want to have. So one way you could maybe do it is use that cleaned up mesh, but that also was kind of weird. So I just stuck with just, you know, painting over, which only really works for the style that I have in mind, which is kind of like this more flat anime style. Of course, if you go for example, the style that the, you know, Goo Studio uses, where they create a 3D anime, where they've created a 3D anime style. Let me show you what that looks like if you haven't seen it yet. Let's see. Here you go. Kind of like this. Or hold on, let me see this one. I kind of like this style, where they kind of combine 3D with 2D and create kind of like this mixed style. So they, for example, don't care too much about making it look 100% like traditionally drawn, because they, you know, go with like very complex 3D camera movements and very smooth animations. They don't try to imitate like this skipping of frames or stepped interpolation that you usually see in traditional anime. They usually just, you know, they like to go more in the direction of combining the benefits, or, you know, the benefits of 3D with kind of a look of 2D to create something that looks more, you know, I guess more unique, and not, you know, trying to imitate one or the other. And yeah, this way, if you do this style, for example, you couldn't kind of really paint over the characters, because they usually have sort of a gradual, what would you call it? A gradual, like every color kind of in the shot is kind of has like a gradient, which you can't really paint over that well, because, you know, you can add solid grease pencil like shapes with gradients, but matching the gradient perfectly is a bit harder. Yeah, I think they showed at some point that they do work with what do you call it? They do work with what was it? Oh, they do work with grease pencils, but more for like visual effects. Let me actually switch to media here so we can see what they've published. So they do use grease pen. Oh, hold on. There you go. They do use it for kind of visual effects, but they also combine that with 3D visual effects. Let me see if I can find the one that I remember. This one here. So here you can see they kind of use these, you know, balls and add like a shader to it to make it look like an explosion. And I think these kind of lines here might be 2D because I can't see them in the 3D viewport. See that, like these lines or these circles right here? You can't really see them, maybe, but I can't really see, you know, see anything there. So that could, for example, be grease pencil lines. I guess you would see grease pencil lines in the viewport, but I can't see anything. So, but yeah, from what I've heard, they combine both, and that's how they use grease pencil rather than painting over stuff and fixing stuff. So they, for example, for their style, need to make sure that the normals, of course, look good, because you know this is not a result you would get from just modeling a model and then just, you know, letting it, you know, and then lighting it. This is like multiple different techniques to create like the highlights right here, or the shadow underneath the neck right here, or the nose shadow would never look like this if it was, you know, if the normals wouldn't have been adjusted. And so for this kind of style, it would be more, yeah, it'd be way more important to adjust the normals, because otherwise it just looks weird. But then also, you know, keep in mind that if you want this to look like more anime style, you would also, like anime shading, I guess, you would also have to adjust not only the face, but also the hair, and also the whole body. And all of that it takes a long time, and I don't want to do that. So I just decided, I'm just gonna, you know, make it a bit more, you know, I guess traditional, no, you know, make it look more 2D, and then I can utilize the grease pencil more to fix those shading issues afterwards. Yeah, there you go. Welcome, creepy. No, it's not that word. It's what? How do you even get to that? Yeah. And yeah, so yeah, for this, of course, for this style that I'm choosing, it's a bit easier. I don't know if I will ever kind of do like something like this, just because I just don't like normal editing. But, you know, you never know. Maybe at some point. It also is just like another skill that you would have to get better for the results to look good. And I just don't know if I care too much about learning how to do this, because it's, yeah, I just don't really enjoy the process. Okay, let's find some more results here. So this is so here I'm trying to kind of play around with the shading a bit. But that's not really what I'm trying to find. What is this? Messing around, of course. So I also thought about like adding this cross-hatching highlights at some point. Followed like a procedural cross-hatching shader tutorial. But all of that looked kind of weird. I feel like these kind of highlights, or these kind of small details on the character, like when there's like very, very high highlights, or like bright highlights, it would be you know, you could add those procedurally, you know, but it always looks weird. I think it just is too exact, and those kind of details you would rather add with, you know, by hand, because then it just looks more natural. So here you can see like these kind of small lines right there, just to add some, like a tiny bit more detail. But it's always hard to like fully rein those in and make them look good. So if I add those, it's gonna be afterwards in just, you know, grease pencil over painting. Have I finished this now? Maybe. Oh, I don't even know what. Oh, here I'm playing around with the creating an outline. So of course there are multiple ways to create an outline in Blender, but one way you can do it is in the compositor. If you render it in with a transparent background, you can use the alpha of the image and then expand that alpha to create an outline. But I don't know, it's just it's not as versatile, I guess, as it would be if you use the grease pencil, for example. And the kind of style that I probably want to go for kind of requires me to use the grease pencil line art. So, you know, why would I even try using the compositor? And something that I often saw, which I kind of debate whether I should do it or not. Welcome, Eri. Hope you have a good day. It's cool that you're knowledgeable to the process of different ways of animating. It's yeah, I've debated a lot of things on how, you know, how I want to do these projects. And you know, if you look around, you kind of try to learn the process. You kind of see how other people do it, and you also see how you. Then this way you can kind of learn how you want to do it. So even if you just know one style specifically how to do it, you still learn some bits about the other processes, which is always interesting because it also shows you why, or like, you know, it shows you why you like the style that you like, rather than just, oh, I've just, you know, made this style always and I've never seen anybody else's style, so I don't, you know, I just stuck with this one the whole time. It's more like, oh, I've seen all the others, but I like this one the most, which I think is better because you can also then justify or kind of explain how the other ones work because you understand them, but you just don't, you know, they're not your favorites. And then, oh yeah, here I thought, so one, is this one? Yes. One reference that I really liked was here in my reference sheet. Oh, loading. Was this one right here. I really like the style because it's so, like, has very bold colors, very big colors, not too many gradients and stuff. And it looks very, very, you know, bright. And what they do, for example, is they work a lot with these very bold lines, especially like around the silhouettes. The inside lines are usually a bit smaller, but especially the outlines are very, very bold and also have like a varying thickness. And I thought maybe I could imitate that as well. Here you can see it too, with like the line. There's some smaller lines, and then this line is kind of always varying, which isn't necessarily the case for, here you can see it too, especially here around the hat, for example. See how thin it is here, and then it gets thicker. You can see that in these styles, but then anime doesn't do that really that much. And I just recently saw a video where somebody talked about this, because I think it's because it's harder to get these, you know, these varying thicknesses to look, I guess, consistent. So for example, for this kind of scene where you have very, very minimal movement, you would then, to make it not like very, very jittery, the lines, if you would add varying thickness, you would have to kind of imitate the previous stroke and then the previous stroke, just to make sure that, yeah, just that the lines don't jitter too much. If it's just always random where the thicker parts are, then it, you know, just gets very, yeah, it gets very jittery. I kind of have that issue right now with this approach where I try to do this, this kind of, you know, this varying thickness, because what the line out modifier does is just apply a random seed to the thickness. And this means that whenever I rotate the camera, for example, or the frame changes, it always gives it a new, I guess, you know, a new seed, which then makes it very, very jittery. Maybe you can rein that in a bit, but I haven't really played around with that too much. So, yeah, we'll see. I like this kind of thicker outline and then thinner inlines, I guess you could call it. But I would have to play around with it more to see if it, you know, if it could work. Let's see. So how we... Oh, rigging, of course. I haven't really shown rigging at all, but it doesn't really need to be shown because it's kind of boring. More shading. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, there you go. Here we come to the test posing. Let's see. Welcome Molten Roblox. Hope you have a good day. Have you seen Lino Grandi's Toon Shader? I don't think so. Let me check it out. What's his name? Lino Grandi. He used Octane. Can you use Octane for non-photorealistic rendering? Looks like it. Hold on. Just stay tuned, chat it. 80s, 90s anime style mecha animation. Is that the one? Oh, there it is. Taki whatever rig in Blender. This one. Yeah, I think is it. I've only really used the internal, render engine so far. I haven't really played around with the Octane and the other ones that are available. I think you actually have to pay for them, don't you? Because they're actually separate renderers. They're kind of like as if you have Blender as a program and then the render is a separate program. I think that's kind of how it works. So I haven't never really worked with Octane before. And I don't think I have ever had a project where I would recognize the differences that the different renderers would have. So, you know, what's the difference between Octane and Cycles, for example? I don't know. I've never tested it. Maybe there's a big difference that would change my mind on which one I use, but so far I haven't really looked into that at all. It's free up to 1 GPU. Do you mean gigabyte? Oh, or you mean up to one graphics card? Yeah, and then I think what also helps here a lot, which I haven't done in the previous projects, is adding like a second part here to the shader, which is just like an, what would you call it, a rim light. I don't even know if anime does that a lot. Let me check. Let me grab my references again. I don't even know if they do that a lot. I think they do. Sometimes, not always, of course, which is why I set it up so it can be, yeah, so here you can see this is kind of the like a rim light here. Here as well, rim light, there you go. I guess, well, yeah, true. Yeah, so they definitely do it. And I think it kind of adds a lot of depth to it, which I like. And can also separate the character from the background very, very easily, which is, I think, also a nice, you know, a nice feature. This one, okay, I think that's all. Let me see, is there more? I'm trying to find a good clip where I kind of just show. Yeah, this one maybe? That looks pretty good. Just to kind of have some clips where I just show off the model a bit. Test posing. Oh, right. So this is where I start the posing. Chainsaw Man is good at, yeah. I think that is kind of a pretty. I feel like REM lighting is very, very popular in 2D, but also in 3D, just because it's such an effective thing to do. Because it adds so much more to the image that it's just good to do. There you go. See, even this just looks good with just like a yellow light in the back. There you go. I don't know why it looks so good, but it just does. I think also one problem that I've seen, so one thing I saw is what I recognized in my Berserk project is where, you know, since I work with more textures, I feel like the more you have elements, like these textures just added to the 3D effect, not necessarily because they look 3D, they look 2D, but they add to it because they define the shape of the model more. So when you, for example, one good example for that where I saw that too is in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think they use 3D models sometimes. And I think there you can see it too. Hold on, let me see it. Okay. Let me pull this up real quick. here you can see it, I think. So one problem that you get from using textures, like here for example. Oh, loading, nice. Why is it loading now? Stage fright. One problem you get is that the lines, since you could create a new texture for each frame, but if you're using textures, you're probably just not going to do that, because you could also just paint over the actual render if you were to do that. So the texture on the model never changes, or very rarely, which means that, hello, are you good? Okay. What happens is, it's actually crazy. What's going on? No. Weird. So yeah, the textures. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't work. The textures, let's try again. The textures make it more obvious that it's a 3D model. First of all, because the textures are always the same and they never change, and they perfectly follow the perspective of the body, I guess. So, you know, in just like this this static shot, it might look fine. Wow, you actually removed the static shot now too. The screenshot or whatever, the preview. But once you move the body, it makes it very obvious that it is wrong. You know, because it's way too perfect as line art. Line art always changes if you create a new frame. It's never the same, and you can maybe kind of try to imitate that, but the overall line art that you've drawn on a texture always looks the same. So I feel like using textures to make something look 2D instead of only imitating a 2D look is, I think, yeah, it's just a bad idea. I think I remember, what was it? There was like a puzzle game. No, was that I remember other games where they used, oh, now it works, okay, when I when I open a different tab. So here, for example, what you can see is something else that happens with textures. Since they are attached to the model, they also change thickness depending on in which direction the surface is pointing. It's kind of hard to explain or to show, but let's see if we can find it. It's kind of like the texture changes. Like if you see a line wrapping around his face, for example, if the line would be drawn, it would always be the same. The thickness would always be the same, and then you would draw it, around his face. But if the line would be a texture on his face, then it would kind of be following the shape of his face and always look different, because, for example, a line that is like, if the line texture is facing you, it would be this thickness, but if it was facing upwards, it would change, shape would be thinner, and then thinner if it goes even further away. And this way it can also very easily be visible, that it's not an actual 3D model, that it's not a 2D model, but a 3D model, just by using a texture, for example. I think that's what they've used here. It kind of looks like it. And yeah, it just, I don't think it's ever a good idea if you're trying to imitate 2D. But yeah, okay, moving on. What do you think of the 3D Intrigon Stampede? I think I've seen that one before. I think let me pull that up real quick. Oh, hello. I think they just embrace the look a bit more than other previous versions, I guess. They try, it's kind of like a mix between the two, I guess. Here it is. It's kind of a mix between the two. So you can see, I think they kind of try to do more like traditional camera movements, like, which are very expressive and very extreme. But of course, like this, for example, you probably wouldn't see this in a traditional anime, just because it's so complex, like to draw this gun. Like, first of all, see, so for example here, the gun is way too textured for this to be a 2D thing, because you know the textures, you wouldn't add those, and then you know, like if you say, okay, I'm gonna create a 2D animation and I'm gonna make the gun this textured, this will be horrendous, because you could never recreate this in the next frame and the next frame and the next frame, including like the edge details here and the imperfections and stuff. So you would just kind of keep it, you know, more simplified. But of course, in 3D you can do that, because it, you know, always stays the same, and you can just create multiple frames with the same model, which of course means that, you know, this is fine. But for example, like the movement, I think is a bit more, the camera movements are a bit more 2D, what would you call it, 2D, I guess, traditional. Same with kind of the background. Since in 2D you don't really have a 3D background, you only have a, you know, just have 2D images that you kind of move between. You always get like this, I don't even know what to, like, it's kind of like this 2D fake parallax effect that you see in, you know, traditional anime, to kind of create like camera movement, for example, because there's no camera that you move, you just animate that there's a camera moving, which means that you have to kind of move the environment, the painted environment, from left to right. And that is kind of what they try to imitate, at least in this shot, where they don't really show the ground, for example, or anything that is kind of showing the three-dimensionality of the environment. You always have the foreground here and then the background, and then until here. But even here you can see he's kind of standing right here on the ground, and then the wall here, I guess, the mountain isn't really connected to the ground. They're both two different planes, and then you of course have the background. So this is kind of more of a traditional, I guess, shot. Oh, kind of like this. But then of course you get to this and this doesn't look too traditional anymore, because it's so I think what you would usually, I think I rarely see shots in traditional anime when they do fight scenes where they actually show people touching the ground. I think that is just so not hard necessarily to do, but I think that requires much more resources, and you can probably save those resources if you, for example, would change the camera to rotate like to the right, like next to him, and only show like his upper body, or maybe even like up down to his legs, and then the, you know, the mountain part here, instead of also the ground, because it, yeah, just makes it much harder to animate someone walking on a ground that is painted on a different layer than just not showing it. Yeah, or like kind of like this shot I think would work too. See how it's like very separated into layers again. You have the foreground, he doesn't touch the ground, so you have the background, it kind of like two layers. This works better as a 2D thing again than, for example, this. But yeah. So I think it kind of mixes and matches when it doesn't look like they try to imitate 2D. It's more that they, I think, similar to the Dylan Goo studio, the Goo studio, they tried to mix and match the two and kind of combine the good things of both. Okay, moving on. Let's see if I can let's see what do you find. Oh, which clips look good here? I kind of like this one or this one. Although, and now the model is ready to do some test renders to see what a final result. I think I want to use this one because this one shows the line art. And now the model is ready to do some test renders to see renders. And then also the test renders to see. Let me maybe speed it up a bit. Oh, actually no. Oops. And there you go. Ready to do some test renders to see. Renders to see. Okay, good. Yeah, I just want to show the rim light too. It's so unfortunate that I don't show the whole body here, because it's such a good, like, overall. Oh, do I? Hold on. I do. Aha. Renders to see what a final result could look like. And this is also could look like. And this. Okay. And then here I have. I'm talking about a technique that I want to add afterwards. Like that I'm going to add in this section. So it's kind of like a teaser to what is about to come. And this is also where the last technique comes into play that turns Deadpool's look from good to great. So I think I maybe want to add like a small teaser here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do this to call it, what do we call it? Small teaser. I'm going to leave this open because the teaser I usually use the, if I like show what is about to happen, I usually do that afterwards once everything's done. So I have the finished shots and I don't work with like, you know, yeah. So though, you know, I want to show off what is about to happen. And if I show a version of the clip that isn't fully done, I guess, fully edited, it just kind of makes it a bit more confusing. So yeah, I'm just leave that open. And then here, this bit is a compilation, I think. So I'm going to make that one a render. Intro render, I guess. There you go. Okay. They found an aesthetic that works for them. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of people say like, oh, you know, it's again them trying to, or like it's like off-putting because it's a sort of there were, you know, I think it kind of suffered from other anime beforehand that tried to implement 3D in their traditional 2D animations, and people, you know have like this impression that once anything looks 2D in a more traditional looking or overall in anime, that it just looks weird or shouldn't happen. But I think, you know, they didn't really try to, but people still got the impression of that they did, I guess. Maybe they did. I don't know their their plans, but it doesn't fully look like it. Because I think if you really tried to make it look 2D, I think you can do it. Just takes more time, I guess. I think the process that I want to go for here is to first add all the clips and then afterwards go through and see how I can spice them up a bit. I think that's the best process here. Something a lot rather than immediately doing it. That's what I usually do. And maybe if I get an idea, I can do that immediately. But I think here I want to go more with the, yeah, do one first, just add them all and then spice it up afterwards. Because, you know, usually spicing up means more complex, I don't know, needing more resources like 3D stuff, or I guess like complex, I don't know, effects in here, which usually, you know, risks the stream dying, and I would like to avoid that. Welcome, Jam. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, I think this is fine. Hold on. Something a lot of people have commented under my Berserk. Oh, well. Something a lot of people have commented under my Berserk video is the lack of compositing. Okay. I think, oh yeah, well, I guess now I need to find comments for compositing. Or actually, I think I'm just gonna show what it would look like at the end. yeah, because, you know, finding these exact comments that I remember could take quite a long time. So yeah, let's just do that. Something a lot of people have commented under my Berserk video. Oh yeah, let me just show some clips of that. I think that's the best way to go here. Nope, that's not the one. Here it is. Okay. Have you addressed the lack of compositing? I indeed have. In this project I have delved into the depths of compositing. I haven't really done that at all before. I know that a lot of people, like, I've seen a lot of people do it and then show like, oh, how to do compositing for your 3D renders, but I just have never looked into it that much. I would like to maybe at some point learn more about overall compositing and like color, what would you call it? It's like it's not coloring, it's like, you know, when you have a footage and then you give it more exciting, spicy colors. Color grading, there you go. I would like to do that more, or like understand it more, because then I think, you know, everything just makes, you know, you can just make everything just look better. But I just, you know, haven't spent the time doing that yet. But now for this project, I want to do it at least a little bit. I watched a few tutorials on how to color grade or how to composite 2D anime, like, you know, anime, how they traditionally do it. And I've learned a few tricks that I've already used for this project. Like, for example, separating the background layer with the color layer and the line art layer, so you just have more freedom, for example. Stuff like that I've done. You know, of course I'm not an expert immediately, but I'm trying. Okay. I want to get, let's see. So I thought about using the final result, or maybe kind of like this end composition could work too. As a, oh, not this. As footage there. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. I don't think I need that much anyway. What is this? Oh, right. Wait, I wanted to use test renders to see what a final result could look like. I did use it. Yes, okay, good. Let's see. So, maybe this could work, let's see. Something a lot of people have commented under my Berserk video is the lack of compositing. Compositing can completely... Yes, okay. I think here I just want to show some shots from the previous video. If you haven't seen it, make sure to check it out. How I recreated Berserk in Blender. It's not my favorite final result, but I still learned a lot of things, and it is the foundation, or, you know, one of the foundation for this next video, which I think will look much better than the previous two. Even though I'm actually quite happy with the final result of the Spirited Away project, just because it was more reined in the expectation, I guess. Or I tried to like one-to-one recreate shots, which is, I think, way easier than trying to come up with like all by yourself. And So the results from that just, you know, look better. I also tried a few new techniques in this, which didn't work out that well, which is also why it doesn't look as great. Something okay, a lot of people have commented under my here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like for example, this section here where I kind of animated, created this sort of, I don't even know what you would call it, like this animation of God slamming his sword down with these very different looking frames, kind of similar to One Piece, the new One Piece episodes. This took so much time. This took way too much time. Probably like a third, or maybe at least from the animation time, took like a third only doing this scene. And that kind of robbed me of a lot of time and that I could have spent on other stuff. And I don't really have a deadline necessarily. I usually work and finish a video or finish a project when I think it's done. But I still have a certain deadline. Like I don't want to work on a project for 3-4 months. And yeah, I think that's just too much time. Because it's also like you reach the point of diminishing returns in a project for improving. So usually it's just better to move on and work on the next thing rather than trying to improve what you're currently working on somehow. So I would rather just say, oh, well, this project didn't turn out as great, but the next one is going to be much better, than trying to bring that project up to the level of what the next project could be. Because, you know, oftentimes that is also just not possible without you redoing major parts of the actual project. And I just don't want to do that. Under my Berserk video is... So yeah, I usually just move on and then, you know, learn from my mistakes. And I think it's also good to have videos where things just don't turn out as well, if they're like a series, for example, to kind of show the progress and like also show what, you know, what could go wrong. Video is the lack of I think the biggest issue that I will have in the animation for this project is the framing, I guess, or not compositing, but the framing, I guess you could call it. It's kind of compositing, like how you place the camera, how you place the environment and stuff. I think that can still be a problem with for this new project, just because I haven't really 100% understood like how they do it in 2D or how to imitate it well in 3D. So that's probably gonna be like one of the biggest issues, but we will see when we get there. It's the lack of under my Berserk video is the lack of hold on. Commented under my Berserk video is the lack of compositing. Compositing can completely... Okay. So I think that is fine. I don't like I wanted to cut it to the beat, but it sounds a bit... like if you look at this, it's kind of weird how this one's just so short and the other one's a bit quicker. Hold on, let me see if I can adjust that a bit. Something a lot of people have commented. Here's one hit, let's use it. Commented there. Under my Berserk video is the lack of compositing. Compositing, I think that's better. Positive. And then I can use this cut to cut earlier than when I talk about the next topic. Compositing can completely transform your animation, but so far I haven't really spent... Okay, I think here I want to use a video that I have in mind where I actually learned a lot about compositing 2D scenes. If you get into compositing color grading, you will then need to decide if you want to go ACES or an EXR. Yeah, I think for 2D styles, it's easier to just go with the default. What's it called? Let me see. the color management standard, because everything else just transforms the colors. And since you're not trying to create something realistic, I think you can just stay with standard, because it represents the colors that you want to use the best. It doesn't transform them at all, you know, especially if you switch it to none. And yeah, it's just it creates a more toon-like look, I guess. Or yeah, I think the biggest difference is just that it doesn't transform the colors. So let me see if I can open my Deadpool thing here for a second. Checking if I crash. That happened yesterday, opening a blend file and then all of a sudden stream's dead. Okay. Here you can see, for example, I had a problem here where I worked on Deadpool's, I grabbed Deadpool's colors from an image, okay? I put them in into the you know, the shader. I put them in with a color picker, and they just didn't look the same way. And the reason for that, hold on. So for example, this, actually no, let me bring back the rim light. Let me change the rim light to a color like, oh, here. If I change this, for example, to, oh, it doesn't change. Why not? Something's broken. Oh no. Where am I? What is happening? It didn't change. Wait, what? No, hold on. Give me a sec. Let me figure this out. Rim light color. Oh, I removed it. There you go. Does it work now? No. What? Oh, this is wrong. Oh, here. Oh, right. I remember now. Okay. So let me change this to a nice bright color like this. Okay. And then let me switch. So this is standard. The standard medium high contrast. I guess I could switch it to none as well, but I just kept it at medium high. Let me, yeah, so look at this. Oh, well, let me change the background. I don't want to have it be red because that kind of just makes it harder to see. See, okay, so this is standard, okay? The colors, if you compare them to the ones that I put in the color picker here, like here, you can see, they come pretty close to what they're supposed to be. If I, yeah, so this is none, so this should be exactly the colors that I chose here, okay? Now if I change it to AGX, boom, what is this? The problem with AGX, for example, I don't know if the same happens with Filmic, hold on. Filmic is a bit better, but AGX just makes all the colors so much more desaturated. And that is, you know, not a good thing for non-physically based renders, I guess. And that's why I think you should always use standard, because it gives you actually the colors that you selected. I think the reason why AGX turns down the colors this way is because that's what usually happens in real life. If you have like a light source, for example, and the light source has a certain color, the higher you turn up the intensity of the light, the whiter it gets. And since these are fully, I think, turned up, fully brightness, you know, almost max brightness, almost max saturation colors, it just tones them down a bit, which which is why it looks like this. But you don't want to have this in non-physically based renders. So that's why I just choose standard. And then you also don't really need EXR. I think I maybe need to do some more experiments with it, since EXR is more for retaining all the different, like the color depth but there isn't really a lot of color depth. So color depth is only really the gradient from one to the other. Like here, for example, EXR can save a bigger gradient or more resolution between the darker color, and then, you know, the gradient between the darker color and the brighter color here. It can save more resolution, meaning if you, for example, bump up the bright areas or tone down the dark areas, the gradient is so fine that it's not really that visible and doesn't create any artifacts. If you have a very low gradient, or like a very low resolution for this gradient, like for example for camera photos, phone camera photos, you can more easily see artifacts popping up, kind of pixelated colors, for example, because the gradient or the depth isn't that big. But since I'm only using solid colors, I don't really need that. So I don't think I need EXR for this. I can probably just render in JPEG. And then maybe 150% just to save a bit more resolution, and that should probably be enough. AGX is, I think it's the new standard for Blender, but mostly for like realistic renders. You know, you can still switch the view transform if you want, right here. View transform AGX or Filmic or RAW or whatever. I don't even know what RAW is. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, there you go. So you can still do that. You can still switch them. AGX, I think, is just an improved version of what is it called? Filmic, which tries to imitate how cameras would interpret a scene. And yeah, it's just like a view transform. It just transforms the colors to make it look more like something. Yeah, and I think AGX is like an updated version of Filmic, kind of. It's not the same, but it's kind of improving on what Filmic is lacking. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, I need a video right now. So the video that I watched for compositing 2D anime is, what was it? Anime compositing. I've watched a couple, but the main one is this one here.
The telescopic lift and waterproof.
Interesting. Okay. This one. Oh, hello. By Manu Mercurial. He had this, you know, this shot. And he, for example, for him... Yeah, thank you. Another ad. He kind of goes through the process that he used to composite stuff. And I watched another one which goes more into like compositing in actual anime. And these two workflows were very similar. So, you know, I think, you know, following this process, for example, brings me pretty close to the original anime compositing, you know, workflow. And I also think that each studio probably has their own kind of workflow. So it's not like there's only one, and if you don't hit that one and you don't recreate it, you don't create it exactly how everybody else does it, you know, you're screwed. It's more, you have more freedom. So here, for example, you start with a very flat image. The background is usually already rendered, but you start with a flat character, and then you also have the line art. Yeah, local colors, line art. Oh, yeah, so oftentimes they also separate the different colors into multiple layers. I don't know if I can do that in Blender, but what I can do is separate them out in DaVinci, for example. So if I have these flat colors, I can then go into DaVinci and select them and say, okay, only apply this to those colors. And as long as they're far enough apart, it shouldn't be too hard to select them. And since Deadpool is just like either red, black, or what is it, red, black, or yellow, or whatever the rim light color it is, I think it should be fairly simple to select between them. And then, for example, what they do here is they, oh yeah, this one's also another one. So I think this is kind of the technique that a lot of people use, like a lot of studios use to create like camera movement in their scenes, is they paint, I don't even know how to describe it, like they paint a picture of the environment of what the camera would see as it pans through it. So here, for example, the camera, it wouldn't look like this. It would be that the camera would focus on him, and you can see like the camera, you know, moving from left to right from over this image, and creating like the illusion of a camera looking through this corridor, even though it's just an image that it pans through. And I think that is what quite a lot of people use, or quite a lot of studios use in their shots too. But yeah, so they do that, and then do first, I think, some color adjustments, and then at some point they also get into adding some glows, adding some more, doing some more color adjusting, and maybe even some shadows, which I'm just going to do in Blender. I could maybe separate the, no, I couldn't separate the shadows because they're also auto-generated. And then at some point they also get into creating like gradients, for example, on these solid colors, which I may do, even though that would require more adjustments then afterwards, which I might not want to do depending on how long it takes me the rest to do the rest. But you know, you start with a very flat thing, and then through more adjustments, adding the shadow, for example, or also stuff like the glow and all of this jazz, you can create a much more coherent and yeah, nice looking result. Yeah, so that's the video that I mainly, where I learned the most from, I guess, and also the one that I want to show here in this clip now. I thought they set AGX to the new default. Yeah, I think they at some point they set Finalizing to the default, and then they switched it to AGX once that came out, just because it's the, you know, most people don't do non-physically based rendering. Usually if you start 3D, usually when you start learning using a 3D software, you don't want to learn how to use that 3D software to create a 2D look, you know? So you would want to achieve a realistic looking image first. And, you know, that means that setting AGX as the standard just makes sense, because it is the right choice for most people. And yeah, that's, I think, why it is the standard. You could use the color ID or cryptomats. Yeah, I'm gonna probably, I've you know, here for this first part, I've done some experiments with compositing, and some, you know, I found some good ways to improve the basic look, like the render, but probably gonna do a little bit more just to see, you know, what is possible, what does look good, what is also feasible in the time that I have, and find a look that looks good. So for example, if I show you here it is, the images, let's see if I can find them here, kind of like this, for example, where I added like a glow here, and this glow also helps a lot with the line colors. You know, sometimes some anime like to change the lines to a different color. That kind of helps with that too. Of course, it makes it kind of blue because the background is blue, but yeah, what I really liked about this shot is it kind of looks like this is painted over this 3D environment, which is kind of interesting. It kind of looks like this is like a, you know, drawn thing, and then it's put on the environment. But of course, it can change a lot when it's then animated. But yeah, we'll see. The biggest issue that I might get for the animation is just the shadow. Although if the shadow is like a solid color, then maybe not, we'll see. But yeah, okay. Or this one too. This one's a bit more, I tried a few more different things. Like here I did some more scribbly painting over, which I probably don't want to do in the... I think I like this one more because this one comes closer to like a traditional anime. So I'm probably going to do something with more clean lines. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, here. External, yes. Where's the thing that I just downloaded? What's it called? Animation post-production. There it is. Yeah, here you can see. Can you? No, you can't. I thought this is like a before and after, but it's unfortunately not. One thing that I also want to try is... dude, seeing that one thing that I posted in the Discord, this one animation that I've seen for the Zenless Zone Zero, like an ad. let me show it. It is just so good. The animation is so good, and it actually showed me a lot more techniques that I can try and imitate and try to recreate. Is it inspiration? Here it is. I went through this animation in like frame by frame, just to kind of see all the different things that they do. Because like, look at this, look at the robot, how wobbly and how smooth the animation looks, and like stylized. Yeah, and going through this frame by frame kind of shows what they do, and I kind of want to probably imitate some of these things. So for example here, like first of all, of course, the stretching of the characters I think is a good one to do, because it kind of imitates what do you call it, motion blur. But then also stuff like, let's see, this stuff here where they duplicate, for example, the leg and kind of make it jittery. I think they just kind of, you know, made it jittery by creating a shape key, I think, to create sort of like this motion blur look. Or here with the foot just being like a meter long. It's just so it just adds so much to the animation. Like here, bam, the foot is so... And then here you can see they duplicated the arm, the hand too, to create kind of like this multiple hands effect. Which you often also see in you know, in traditional anime, and I think even just doing stuff like this can add so much more to it looking 2D. Of course, this is like going all the way, going over the top with how much they do. Like, let's see, hold on. Like here, for example, look at this at his foot. So like this leg is like completely gone because it's, you know, it's supposed to move that far over to the left. And then here the other foot, like this one, is this one? Here you can see like how far it's stretched out. I don't even want to see what the rig for this would look like. There must be so many bones on this dude. Just to kind of, even just to create the effect of the tip of the foot being stretched like this. And then here, for example, how, let's see, is it this one? Here, how each finger kind of bounces around and kind of scales to create this effect of like internal, I don't even know, like volume shifts. And then of course the slap, bam. Like what kind of bone do you have to have? I guess maybe you can scale just the hip bone or whatever, but just like create like this deformation. Yeah, this has shown me so many more different techniques that you could use that I'm probably gonna, you know, play around with. That yeah, it's crazy. Okay, let's see. Wait, what do I talk about here again? Compositing can completely transform your animation, but so far I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. Okay, I could maybe even fill that whole thing with like clips from videos, but I want to see if I can find a before and after shot here, because that would be great. I guess I could just cut my own. Just do this. Grab this one. Okay. And then go to the end and just use that. Let's see. Maybe they even have one at the end. Let's see. Oh, this one. Wait, is that one actually a before and after? No. Is it? Let's see. Yeah, but I think there's so much more you can do to make something look more stylized in terms of animation that I just haven't done it all yet, that I'm really excited to get into. Okay, so this one doesn't have a before and after, unfortunately, but I guess I can create it myself. Maybe this one is not the best because it fades in and out. Okay, this one I think is better. Even though it fades in, goes pretty quickly. There you go. Also, you can add stuff like, I think I'm gonna do that probably in Blender, but adding stuff like camera shake, for example, and stuff like that. I want to, you know, and that's also I think an important part, especially for like action scenes, and having that. You know, you can also do that in afterwards, like in compositing, which isn't really compositing, but like in what would you call it, post-production. But of course, I think it's better to do that in the scene itself, if you can, because that just gives you more freedom. Welcome. It's so hard to read. Welcome though. Hope you have a good day. I just came. Did I miss anything? We talked a little bit about different techniques that I want to try about for the animation for this project, and also kind of the plans or how you can composite a animation, or how, you know, an animation gets composited after it has been created, like after it has been drawn. Like how you can turn, like, you know, this more 2D looking version into a more 3D, or into a more refined style. That is, yeah. That is kind of the section of the video that we're currently editing, and it's very, very interesting, like all the things you can do. I haven't really done too much compositing yet, so I'm like very new to it, and I'm in this section right now, you know, in the learning process, where you learn something new, and there are like all these new techniques and things that you learn. I haven't reached like the end point yet, where the more you know, the harder it is to learn something new. I'm still at the beginning, so there's a lot to learn. And yeah, it's exciting. Compositing can completely let me do this. Completely transform your... I want to probably match this. Let's see if I can match the shot. So these two actually... Is it this? This shot, right? I think it's the same, so if you transform your... No, just a few more frames afterwards. Transform your... Oh, a little bit more. Transform your... Yes. Transform your animation. But so far, I have... Now it fits perfectly. So this can work as a before and after. I'm probably going to also cut in here, maybe. And fit it into the frame. Just to fully, you know... match these two. There you go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, today I think this section right here for the edit is going to be more about finding clips and less about, you know, more complex things like adding effects and transitions and stuff, which is good because then I can complete more of this and hopefully get it done as soon as possible. So today is going to be more about sourcing clips. Completely transform. Why is it moved out? I guess because there's a camera shake added to it as well. Let me activate my fan real quick. It's getting quite warm in here. I'm surprised. We currently have construction workers in front of our house, and they would work right in front, right next to my window, so I'm scared to open it because then you could just hear all the hammering. But for some reason they're not doing it today. They're trying to tease me, trying to make me paranoid. Completely transform your animation, but so far I have... Okay, and then also what I want to do is add the credits, because that is important. Nope. Ooh, just checking. This DaVinci is freezing. Gotta make sure that the stream doesn't die. Okay, perfect. Hello? I don't know why, but sometimes it just does that. Sometimes you just like do the most normal thing, like Control Z a few times, and then it's just dead. Great. Okay, well, I guess I'll restart. One benefit of using DaVinci, it saves automatically, so you never run the risk of losing too much, at least, progress. I think it would have fixed itself at some point, but I don't want to wait. I'm impatient. Okay. Yesterday, no. Last weekend, I think. I was very surprised because I checked, well, I saw during my, I don't even know what I don't even remember what I did, but at some point, you know, in my, in my journey here on YouTube, I started with tutorials and then I switched over to these more entertainment-based videos, I guess you could call it. And it, just because it wasn't really that fulfilling to me, or there was like something missing. So I switched to this, and now, you know, I'm happy. So it was a good choice, but I think I switched the beginning of last year. And since then, you know, the first half year at least, I just had to figure out what works and what doesn't, and what, you know, just find cool video ideas that people like. And at some point at the middle of the year, I found what is working. And since then I, you know, kind of followed that line, I guess. But what I saw recently is that since the point where I kind of understood what works, since then, which was last year, I think somewhere in August or October, I've only made 8 videos so far since then, which was surprising to me because it's been such a long time. It feels like I've made more, but I haven't. I just, I guess, you know, I spent more time on the videos, but yeah, like having so much time having passed, only having made 8 videos, kind of weird. So in a year, probably coming next year, I've only made probably 9 or 10 videos that are of this new style. And yeah, it's weird, like, you know, how few that is. But you know, I like to be more, I like to focus more on quality than quantity, which both can work, but I prefer one over the other. And it's not really like that is a bad thing. It's just that that I was surprised that it was that it was so low. I need, oh yes, my good old credits thing. There it is. Put this in here, and then ta-da, we have the credits in here. What's his name again? Manu Mercurial. Oops. Damn it. Oh. Another good benefit, or another good cool thing you can do in DaVinci is with these kind of node setups here. You can't even see them. There you go. With these node setups, you can, you know, create these effects, and you can save these as well. So if I, for example, wanted to, you know, for example, like just like how I did it right here, I've added the credits right here, and I just have them saved as like a settings, I guess, like file. It would kind of be like saving node setups in Blender as separate files, and then you can just put them into any Blender file again. Just paste them into your shader window, and they just pop up. I guess you kind of do that with the asset browser, and that's kind of what you can do here as well. Really, really handy. I don't think you can do that in After Effects, for example. There are definitely things you can go way more in depth from what I've seen so far with After Effects, and they're like just more complex effects that create some really cool effects. For example, like the puppet warp effect, but you just don't use them that much. That I just haven't had the need yet to go back to it. Actually, except for one time where I wanted to use a data mosh effect, and that just doesn't exist in DaVinci. So I just, you know, and After Effects had a plugin for it, and I switched for that. I switched to that for one thing, and then switched back to it again. There you go. Compositing. Compositing can completely transform your animation, but so far, I think I want to add like a little effect here when it switches. Let me see if I can do that. Oops. Let's see what we can do here. What could we do? What could we do with these two clips? Maybe a quick blur? No. No, no. Maybe blur. Let's see what blur looks like. Very short. I think that's not bad. I also want to... Vertical strength. Interesting. What does that look like? Interesting. No. Easing, maybe? I think that looks good. Okay. Compositing. Compositing can completely transform your animation, but so far I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, we need some... Okay. So here I think I can use a clip for when I actually composite, which let me see if I could find one real quick, which should be somewhere here. Let's see. Wait, have I not recorded the rest of the compositing? Is that the only compositing that I have? Have I even recorded Oh, that's final shots right here. The chat's dead. You've just made it, you've just, revived it. There you go. There you go. Shot 2. Which one do I need? This one or the other one, I think. Let's use no, this one. Yes. No, this one I think I wanted to use. Yes. So here you can see how I kind of, you know, paint over the shadows with the grease pencil to give it a bit more of a natural look, I guess you could say. And okay, this is the compositing. Let's see if I can find a good shot of me actually compositing. Because right now I'm just kind of fiddling around with the some effects. Nope, nope, nope. This one? No. The problem is I haven't really captured the whole window because I just worked on it like on the side. I didn't really know if I wanted to use the compositing in my video. So I just recorded it kind of on the side there, which isn't that great, but I feel like this could work. Just to kind of show what compositing looks like as like a little time lapse maybe. There you go. Oh, what is this? What is this gigantic... Oh, right, the video. Okay. Let's see. I think I want to probably just speed this up to like 500. Okay. Properly. So for this project, but so far I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna put that here. Perfect. So for this project, why is it so slow? Did I not? Oh. I just set it to 1000% speed. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, we need some... Okay, it's kind of still a bit slow. Oh, this is good. This is better. Okay. Are you German? Yes, I am. I am indeed German. Living in Germany, born in Germany. Not speaking German. At least online. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First... Okay. Let's see if I can somehow frame this to not look weird. Oh. I know how I'm gonna do this. Since I don't have the full left frame, I'm just gonna do this and then move over like this to kind of create like a teaser of what I'm showing off. There you go. I don't know what I'm gonna do once I get to that stage. once I get to actually showing off like the compositing, but we'll figure that out when we get there. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, okay. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, so for this project, okay. I think here I want to use one more video that I also remember watching that I think could fill this gap. In Germany, where? The northern region. Lower Saxony. Where's the... Something also interesting with anime compositing is that they actually don't have anti-aliasing immediately. They add like the blur, like the lines are 100% sharp. And then once you put them into the compositor, you add a blur to it, which is really weird. I don't know why. Why does it not just automatically have it? Maybe it helps with compositing. Maybe, you know, I guess compositing benefits from having the most raw version of the most raw version of everything, so you can adjust as much as you can. I don't know. I guess that could be maybe be a reason. Like here, look at this. Look at this. Here's the comparison. Left side is before compositing, and then right side is after. So they've just added, like, you know, anti-aliasing, or just like a slight blur to the lines, because otherwise it just looks very, very harsh. The video that I wanted to add is this one. Yes, this one. This one's also very informative for how you can do compositing for an anime. Let me grab this one too. 10 minutes, that's good. Sometimes you're just trying to find like a clip of a YouTube video and put that in your video. But the video itself like is like a 40 minutes long, so you have to download a 40-minute long video just to add a 2-second clip into your video. That's always the worst. Welcome, Zach. Hope you have a good day. Welcome back. Good morning. Time for my breakfast. Good old toast. Okay. Let's see what we can use from this. See here again, we spoke about it before, how anime likes to just not show people touching the ground. Here once again, the camera is perfectly positioned in a way where his feet are just not visible and not touching the ground. Even though you can see the ground here, it's kind of like there are different layers. The ground here, or the wall, I guess, whatever, the hill is covering his feet, so a layer in front of him. And here is kind of similar. He doesn't touch the ground. He is a different part. The background is a different part. And yeah, they just never show. He even slides over. Look at this. He even slides over the ground. Like, look how he kind of just moves and slides over the ground here. Look how the tile just moved backwards. Hold on, let me zoom in. Look at this. What is this? It looks good, but it just doesn't. If you like, I think this is kind of like a characteristic in like anime environments, that this is just like kind of what usually happens. So if you were to create an environment like this and place like a 3D character that looks exactly like him in that environment, and you create like this rotation effect, it would look fake, or it would look weird because it would perfectly rotate in the environment. I think what you want to and need to add is a little bit of like this wonkiness, this imperfectness of the environment. The sliding around, for example. Like right here. What is this? He's just sliding over the ground. Morning, 2 p.m. for you. 2 p.m. Jesus. 2 p.m. is not too bad. You mean 2 a.m. or 2 p.m.? Oh, you mean my... Wait, can you see? No, you can't. For him, it's morning. He's living in Australia, so for him, it's morning. See here again. You can't see his... you can't see him touching the ground at all. And then here, it's too far away and he doesn't move, that it's not too bad. Yeah, for me it's 1:49 right now. 1:49 p.m. I guess it's not morning anymore for me. Okay, let's see. So he's talking a bit about... Is he talking about compositing? Yeah, this bit here. That's what I was looking for. See, he once again has the line art and everything separated. Even color coded, which I can do, which I might do in my renders. I can separate some of the line art from the other, but I don't know if it's going to be that useful. I think it would be easier to just mask out, if I, for example, want to give certain line art different colors, I think it would be easier to just mask that rather than color coding it. You know, do it in post-production, basically. Okay. I want this bit right here. Oh, is that already it? Okay, good. Oh, right here. There you go. I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. So, okay, that's good. Let me add a credits here too. And then we have this part filled. Oh, god damn it. Jesus, what is going on? For every program, by holding shift, you can select more or control. But if you do that in Fusion here in DaVinci, you just disconnect the node. And I always press shift instead of control. Oh, there you go. What's his name? Damon Billiard. Okay. There you go. Wait, is that the recording? Or is that the video? Or is that me? Where are there black bars? I guess I can just zoom in. Let me do that real quick. There you go. That's better. Maybe he worked in an, on an ultra wide monitor. I don't know. But so far, I haven't really spent much time learning how to do it properly. So for this project, I'm finally getting into it. First, we need something to edit. Yes, we do. Edit. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And he actually... Also this bit, I had 2 instances so far in my editing life, okay, on YouTube at least, where an accident created a cool made a song better. The first time was for the Spider-Man video, where I learned about how to create more variety out of a song, how to make a song more, add more variety to a song, I guess, by just removing like the drums, for example, or the guitars. I think what happened in that one was that, for example, if I move this bar here over here, you can see it just removes this section. And I think what happened there is that I accidentally removed something and then cut away certain parts of that song. And that kind of showed me that, oh, you can remove parts of a song and it sounds different and it sounds better maybe even. Here now you can see it accidentally I added like this slight break here where everything cuts out for just a millisecond, and it adds this interesting little break in here. Let's listen to it for a second. There you go. Listen to like this, just like the slight break that happens. Yeah, I don't know. It just it's another way, I guess, to transition between different sections, because this section isn't exactly what happens afterwards. I kind of tried to loop what happened beforehand here to somehow move on to the second bit here, this more upbeat bit, I guess. And somehow I think I just moved this around, and all of a sudden this gap showed up. Which, for example, if I just move this over, it sounds like this. And fill the gap. Yeah, it sounds weird, but with this little break in here, somehow this works. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes little wonders happen. Happy little accidents is what you would call that, I guess. Okay. First, we need something to edit. So now, is it possible to track line movement on the original video and parent it to your line art? Wait, let me read that again. Is it possible to track line movement on the original video and parent it to your line art? I don't think I'm understanding what you mean. Do you mind rewriting it so I get it? Let's see. First we need something to edit. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And okay, we need... Oh, I think I'm just gonna do a quick good old text clip here. Just, a good old text on solid background. Sometimes that is just the easiest way to fill a certain gap. There you go. You draw once over one frame and then... Oh, I don't... There's probably a technique for that. Oh, I think it you can do that with... What's it called? Like there's like a program where you give the program a frame of an recording, for example, and if you apply a lot of like adjustments and edits to that one frame, it applies those edits and whatever adjustments to the rest of the video too, to the rest of the frames. But I don't know if that is too... I don't know if that works that well for anime, since anime it has very quick movements, and the look of the character, for example, can change like in an instant. And I don't think it's gonna work that well for that. I think the best way to add the line art is still gonna be with the automatic line art plus the manual lines that I've added, plus an overpainting with the grease pencil, just to add like a tiny bit more to really, add that final human touch to it. Wait, what? Oh, First, we need something to edit. Okay. Do I wanna? Actually, maybe let me see if I can find a clip. Maybe a clip could work here too. Maybe just him standing in a T-pose. Yeah, this like right here. Bam. What you could do maybe is apply different post-production things like adding a gradient to colors, maybe. Oh, Absinthe, I think is the program that I meant. EBSynth or Absinthe, I think is the program that I was talking about, where you can transfer the style. The idea is not to drop frame by frame. Yeah. Maybe you can use that technique to fill some of the frames, but yeah, I don't. I think I would be more comfortable just doing it in Blender manually. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is... Wait, oh, right here. First, we need something to edit. So now I can... Yeah, this bit is probably good. First, we need something to edit. Just have him be the focus. There you go, just like very boring and flat. First, we need something to edit. So now... Okay, so here you can see a problem that I sometimes encounter, where I want to keep him in the center of the frame, but for some reason my old self moved the camera upwards, meaning I have to adjust the movement, but that's not too bad. Let me just grab my adjustment thing. Hey, look at this. We've made 639 to 655. I think that's already more progress than we made on day one. So that's good. We're getting better at it, I guess. Wait. Oh, right. Where's my... This one? Yes. Also, once this video is done, I'm not going to immediately go back to what is it? To continuing this project. I think I'm going to spend a week doing something different. Ooh. Something that is, yeah, there's something that I want to probably start doing from now on. I'm not going to say anything about it, so in case I don't do it, there's no evidence of me saying anything too much about it. But I think I want to spend the next week on something that I probably want to start doing from now on. Kind of related to the Elden Ring video. Okay, there you go. Something to edit. Something. Wait, we need something to edit. I think that's enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna go in here and adjust it again. Okay. Something to edit. There you go. So now yeah, the only reason why I really stopped streaming was because I wanted to first of all focus more on videos and also do it. First, we need something to edit because it was kind of hard to fit it into the, yeah, it kind of clashed together. Like I kind of needed to choose between videos and stream, and I thought videos would just be more valuable. But now that I think have a little bit more time, but because back in the day I also still worked a normal job, which I don't do anymore, I have more time. So hopefully I can do both now, because I would like to. Do it. First, we need something to edit. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And he edit. So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. Okay. I think for this, I'm just going to make a few custom recordings because it's probably going to be hard to find the clips that I have in mind that happened like once in these 15 hours of me moving him around. Or is this one test posing? I think that's just the... Yeah, I'm just going to record my own. That's easier than trying to find exactly what I'm looking for. There you go. Yeah. Let's see. What I need. Oh, right, nothing. I already have everything. Okay. What I need is... Hold on, I want to make this music a bit more chill. Let's make it a... What do we have here? Dreamy, maybe? Dreamy soul. Okay, that's a bit more chill. That's good. Yes, okay. First of all, what's the first thing I say? So now I can finally see whether Deadpool is animation ready or not. And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Okay, first of all, just like a general shot of me moving him around. Shouldn't be too bad. Actually, so there's multiple techniques that I've tried doing for these, custom shots. Before, the first idea was to just edit the whole video and then always write down in like sections where I need a custom shot and then record everything at once. So I have like this 15-minute recording of all the custom shots that I need. What I now do is just record immediately what I need and work from there. I don't think it makes a big difference. I just like the second way better. I don't know why, it's just more spontaneous, I guess, and allows me to think more about the specific section that I'm currently doing. Yeah, but I can see both working well. Oh, this one's not even the rig that I need. This one. There you go. Ooh. Let me hide all this too. Do I? No. Okay. Yeah, let's just create some clips here. Oh, first I need to open OBS. Okay. Why? Okay. Wait, I need to see the other boats. You know what's really annoying? My headset. So there's this like, it's only on one ear, okay? But my headset is built in a way where it just slightly sometimes pushes, like, you know, the headset is made out of the ear, like the pad, of course, and then, you know, a bit further back you have the actual speakers, and the pads are not thick enough for my ears not to touch the speakers, like the solid part of the headset, where, you know, where the speaker holes are, I guess. So sometimes if I wear them too long, you know, for long enough, it slowly gets closer and closer to my ear. And at some point I just realize that, wait, I didn't even get the face, that it has been pushing against like my ear. I just like this very specific part of my ear for quite a while now, and creates like this pressure point, like this, not pressure wound necessarily, but like this pressure point. Imagine like you press against your forehead for like 5 minutes, you would have like this slightly sensitive area then in that region, and that is kind of what happens with my headset. Just like everything else is great, but this one thing is just something that I always have to deal with. You know, at some point I just realized, oh my god, it's doing it again. Is that I need to realign my headset just so that it doesn't press against the ear and create like a little red dot right there. I had another one before, another headset, which was the, what was it called? Cloud? I don't remember. Something Cloud, I think. And that one had like really big pads, I guess you could call them. And they were like super soft, so really nice. But that one wasn't wireless. And ever since I had my first wireless headset, that one just always felt inferior, because I remember in the beginning when I switched to that one, the cable one, I would just remember just standing up, just ripping the headset out of my PC, just because, or ripping it off my head while walking off, you know, away from my desk, just because I forgot that it is actually connected via cable. Yeah, I think once you go wireless, you just can't go back without some expected damage. And the good part about this headset, which is the, what's it called, SteelSeries Apex Pro or whatever, is that it has like this connector station on your desk that then connects to the PC that is, you know, connecting to your headset, and it has 2 batteries. So, you know, it's kind of like how the old Samsung phones, for example, you could open the back and then you can change the battery, the battery block. This headset has kind of the same. You can open one of the sides and then you have the battery in there, and you have 2 of those. So when one of them charges, wait, why is it asymmetrical? Oh my god. When one of them charges, the other one is in your headset. I'm actually confused. Why is this rig currently asymmetric? What happened? Oh, because I moved this? No. That's so weird. Whatever. Yeah. Wait. He is asymmetric. When did I move him? Yeah. So everything's perfect, but just this one issue that is pretty annoying sometimes. Then when I take off the headset, you can just see like this one red dot on my ear. Okay. Let me just do a few more just movements here, just to kind of have some clips, and then I think that should be enough. Bam. There you go. Good old Mario pose. It's a good one to see if the rig works well or not. If it can survive the Mario jump pose, it is pretty good. There you go. Sub 100% for perfect, but it's good enough. Thank you, Jumpy Jake. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good day. Okay, I think that's enough for this section. Let me see again. So now I can finally... Oh, right. I wanted to show the individual parts that have improved compared to the Berserk video. And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Wait, let me show off his... Let me show his full Mario pose. I don't think I've done that. There you go. Oh, the knife isn't rigged yet. Oh no, let me hide it. Nobody needs to see that. I forgot to rig the knife yet to the leg. But that's fine. Okay. Oh, now the comparison. Okay. Compared to before. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. Wow. Oh, right. The hands, for example, compared to before. Okay. So for that one, the comparison is going to be to Guts holding his sword. So why don't we create a similar scene for him? Maybe I actually have done that already. Hold on. This one's for a gun. This one has a sword. It looks very goofy, but his legs are not in frame, so who cares? Yeah, this one looks pretty good. Let me use this one. Let me hide the grease pencil too. So you can see what the grease pencil over painting would look like. So you can see like some of the sections that I adjusted. And if you go into rendered view, you can see what the overpainting actually does. So here if I hide it, bam, before and after. See how much it cleans up and adds to the final result. Yeah, so it's really actually pretty important actually for the final look to look good. Yeah, all I need is this section here. Hello? Oh. Oh. I actually learned how to rig at least better from a presentation that has been uploaded online by the creators of Guilty Gear. They showed how to rig, like where to place bones to create good deformations, and how they oftentimes aren't necessarily in the same position as they would be in real life. That's kind of the first basis that I always used to place my bones. Is like, oh, where are they in you know, where are they in an actual human body? And then just place them there and then just go from that. And use that basically, which works for almost all bones. But some of them, especially in the shoulder and like the hip, they just don't create good deformations that way. So you have to slightly shift the position to create some, at least better deformations. Wait, what do I need? I guess I could also show this hand. Just to kind of have a different version of it. yeah, it's a presentation that they have actually multiple presentations where they show different stuff. This one was very, very useful with the one with how to rig. There was one how to rig a, what was it, a low poly character, like like what good topology looks like for a low poly character, and you know, good topology to rig them well and create good deformations. There was also another one about rendering anime characters, since you know Guilty Gear is like a video game that tries to imitate an anime style. And of course, in video games, you can't just overpaint, like paint over a character in post-production. So you really have to nail the look, basically with only automated processes, including like normal editing and stuff. And so they have like quite a few good tips there. And then also, of course, the one that I just mentioned, which is the, what was it? The, where to place the bones. Some interesting tips and tricks there. Like, for example, placing the spine bones, not at the back where they, you know, usually are in the real world, but actually in the center of the body, so that when you rotate, yeah, it creates some more natural, like, what would you call it? It creates more natural deformations in the front of the body. Okay, I think that's enough. Also, what was the other one that I wanted to highlight? Compared to before. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. The elbow, okay. I guess it's right here. Let me use a different pose though. This one? Yes, this one. Actually, look at this. Here's how to create this pose by stretching a lot of the limbs. Look at this. It's gonna be fun doing that for the animation because it's gonna look so weird. It's like such a huge difference to when you before tried to animate very naturally, try to create like natural animations, and now switching to this more stylized approach where the final pose is more important than how the character deforms, I guess. Yeah, getting used to something like this is can take a bit. This one was the other one that I wanted to use because the elbow looks nice here. Hide the line art, hide this. Okay, actually the floor can stay. Yeah, same here. I stretched the leg here, for example. And it is good. That creates some really, really nice and cool shots or poses, which you can't really create in real life. But that is also, you know, one of those elements of anime that they can just utilize. Since they're just drawing the characters, they can go way more expressive with the poses than what you could ever achieve in real life. And that is, you know, one of those things that you just have to keep in mind. Don't stick with realistic poses, you know, use everything you can to imitate what they like. It's kind of like a mix between try to emulate how they create their stuff in 2D while also taking advantage of the benefits of 3D, which oftentimes can be contradictory. And you just have to kind of learn what works well together and what doesn't. And also, you know, depending on what kind of style you choose, you have more freedom and can use more 3D stuff, or you have less. Okay. I think that's fine. That should be everything I need. Hold on, let me check. To create these super dynamic poses, you have to almost break the rig, stretching and scaling his body to create extreme foreshortening like this. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna still record a few of those since I'm already here. But I probably want to show some shots of me actually doing it here. But let me show like this leg, for example. This leg is longer than his upper body. And then of course this one. Was it this one? No, this one. Ooh. Okay. That should be enough. Oops. Okay. What do I need? Oh, right. I need to transfer it from my videos folder. Another lesson that I learned at some point when I streamed. When I recorded my videos on stream, I sometimes, you know, the stream would crash, not unheard of, and then the recording would just crash too and just not be usable, the footage, because I recorded in MP4. But there's actually a format that is crash safe, which I now use for all my videos, just because it's you know, because it's crash safe. And all you really need to do to use that one, and you can really easily convert that into MP4 by just, yeah, remuxing it is what it's called in OBS. Basically just turning an MKV into MP4. Okay, so a few basic movement things. And then the rest. The other more focused shots. This one, for example. Maybe I should record the... Oh, this could work as a transition point. The sword moving over the... in front of the camera. Maybe. Make it spicy. Now the other hand. I actually also thought about different ways of creating the actual animation. Hold on. Since you can't really extrapolate traditional 2D animation, you know, you can't really extrapolate pencil drawings. You need to... Wait, what is this? Oh. You need to draw each frame. And in 3D, you can, of course, extrapolate. So far, I've only ever created the animations through extrapolation. I think in Spirited Away and in Berserk. I know in Berserk, but I don't remember Spirited Away that well. I think I extrapolated there too. I just matched the movement like fully. And the extrapolation, of course, is a computer tool, okay? An anti-traditional tool. So it will also, once again, make it look more, I guess, computer generated. And what I thought about was actually forcing myself to create every pose for this animation by hand, by never using extrapolation, basically. So only using, what is it, constant extrapolation, where it only switches when there's a keyframe, because that is basically what you know, traditional anime does. This way you can, you know, you know, it takes longer, but it also adds that human touch without having to do any weird shenanigans. You just do it automatically. Like, for example, the pose not matching 100% every time, you know, the movement not being 100% fluid, or, you know, anything in that direction. You can't, it's possible to add that afterwards, but it's, you know, it's harder. Actually, no, it's maybe not harder, but it maybe not be as efficient in making it look 2D as if you would just create it all manually. So I might try maybe in 1 or 2 scenes in the beginning what that would look like, or how that would feel, you know, and then maybe stick with it and maybe not. I can see it working really well, but I can also see it just taking a very long time. Okay. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. So now I can finally see whether... So now I can finally see whether dead... So now I can finally see whether... So now I can finally see whether Deadpool... Is animation ready or not? Is animation ready or not? And he actually... Okay. So this bit can probably just be the Mario pose. There you go. Oops. And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at... And he actually works surprisingly well. Look at the... Well, look at the... Yes. He does indeed work surprisingly well. Let's see. I actually had more trouble with Wolverine, just because his claws were so finicky to get right, that, yeah, he might be more trouble than Deadpool. Deadpool was actually a pretty straightforward process. First of all, because he doesn't have a mouth, which is also a whole new challenge. But even the rest of his body wasn't too bad. His guns, the only problem, I'm probably just never going to show... I thought about adding a cool, like, reload animation for Deadpool. But that would mean I would have to rig his guns still, that I haven't done that yet, so maybe I'll not do it. But it would be cool to have like a cool reload animation in there, we'll see. Really well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to... I guess I don't necessarily have to rig it, because I can also shape key the movements, but... Well, look at the hands, for example, compared to... Yeah, we'll see. Oh, look at the hands, for example, surprisingly well. Look at the... Not. And he actually works... surprisingly well. Look at the... Nope, I will not. Let's see. I will actually look at the hands because we need it now. Give me the hands, this one. Amazingly well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Or, I don't know why, but for some reason, streaming first and then working on it afterwards gives me more well. Look at the energy. Like, before I streamed, I usually did more procrastinate. I procrastinate a little bit more, like, you know, from time to time. Oh, you know, what about this? What about this? And then just looking something up on YouTube, for example, or somewhere else, and then spending like 15 minutes on something. I did that way more. Of course, I don't really do that on stream because why would I? But even afterwards, it feels like I'm just more efficient. Really well. Look at the hands, for example, compared to before. Or, well, look at the hands, for example. But, I don't know, it doesn't feel that way necessarily yet. Maybe I just need to see the results. But yeah, because it feels like I don't do as much. I can't finish as much when I'm, you know, also talking about stuff than if I only fully concentrate on this thing. But maybe it's kind of like the the rabbit and the, no, what was it, the tortoise and the hare, where you can either sprint, take a break, sprint, take a break, sprint, take a break to finish the thing, which it's not really the story of it, the thing, but, you know, just as an example. Or you could be the tortoise and just more slowly get to the same goal. But more chill, I guess, and more relaxed. Yeah, slower but more, you know, creating the same result. Oh, I wanted also to. Oh, I don't know if I want to open the scene. I don't know if I want to open the Berserk project, because that one is gonna take a whole lot of time to what was it, to load and to load all the shaders, and that might crash my PC. So I might just I think I'm just gonna use the image that I showed before in the video. That might actually be the better idea, because that one people are already familiar with, so you can call back to something you've talked about before. Another good vehicle in videos to show progression. Okay, let's see where it is. This shot right here. Let me put this over here. Yes. For example, compared to before, or the example compared to before, or the elbow, or the elbow, which now actually exists. Okay. Yeah, that's something I also learned in the through the presentation, how to rig an elbow well so that it actually looks like, you know, since the elbow is really weird because it is, you know, just straight when you have your arm straight, but if you bend it, it gets this very, it creates this very sharp tip, but also there's like the slight bevel on the elbow. It's not just like a straight, you know, corner like this. It is actually kind of beveled right here. That is because the bone kind of slots into each other, but when you bend, it exposes its sharp extrusion, I guess. And you rigging that is weird. You basically have to extend the weight painting a bit on the elbow, so that more of the geometry just stays with the upper arm than the lower arm. For the fingers, I also use something from that presentation that has made the fingers deform much better, and I'm probably actually going to use for all my animations now. Let me show you what I mean. Is it in here? No. I don't even know if I can find it. Oh no. Let's see, it must be... here. Yes. Bone placement. Yes, it's this one here. It shows you this right here. So there's an issue that you always run into if you weight paint, and it doesn't matter how much geometry you have, you will always run into this issue with this sort of geometry structure. I don't know if that's 100% true, but when intuitively I would say that is true, just because of how the weights work. So here you can see when you bend, this point right here goes like goes inwards and creates like this little gap in here, and this gap always, even you can see it here too, this gap always happens, and of course looks unnatural. The way to fix this, you can see here why that happens, because these points here in the middle, the green ones, have 50% of the blue strength and then 50% of the yellow strength, which means that they get pulled in both directions. So this one gets pulled, of course, through the rotation, downward, like stay there, and then the blue one says rotate upwards, and then 50% plus 50% creates, this middle area right here. So because the blue ones say rotate or move forward, the back one, for example, moves forward, and because the front blue here says move backwards, it moves backwards. So a way to fix that is with you can see here how it actually looks worse with more geometry, just because of exactly that issue. And the way to fix it actually is with a different kind of with a different style of geometry, which is this one. I guess this one works too. This one is the one that I've used for the fingers, for example, which is like this, to remove the third middle vertex, or the back edge, I guess you could call it. Since then, that is just one straight face that no matter how it rotates, it always connects to those 2 points, to the blue and yellow point, and creates a nice transition between the two. I don't really know what this one is, what the other one is, like this okay one. I think this one, I don't know. I think this one just removes the middle area altogether, maybe? I don't know. Oh, I think this one's just bigger. This one's smaller, meaning it just merges these two together, so they move into each other. This one's bigger, this area, so it doesn't do that. It creates like this transition between the two. And this one can be used very, very well for fingers. And you can see like how they show. This is like a super low resolution character, but because they have placed the vertices in a very specific way, the deformations are still working really well. Let me actually see what this looks like here for a second. Yeah, I think that's why you oftentimes see like these little patches of more vertices on the knees, for example, and not in the back of the back of the leg, is because it is applying that same strategy where it has more geometry in the front, but then nothing in the back to create that same deformation. And you can see here is the mannequin, the low resolution mannequin fully posed in quite extreme poses. Welcome, I mode it. What's your plan to do? I'm working on, the text is hidden. I'm working on my next video, which we're currently almost at the end. We're probably gonna reach until maybe here today. So I'm trying to kind of fill this area now with clips, and then afterwards we can go into refining them a bit and adding some spice like custom transitions and stuff to make it look a bit more exciting compared to before. Or, for example, compared to before. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. Yes, so let me grab the elbow clip. This one or this one, let's see. I think I want to use this one. This one shows it a bit better. Although this one is also good. I think I actually like this one more. Because it's longer. So I think I'm speaking a bit longer than the other clip has room for. Or the elbow, which now actually exists. To create these super dynamic poses, you have to yes, okay. To create these poses, you have to almost break the rig, stretching and scaling his body to create extreme foreshortening like this. But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom in how you're posing the characters. Okay, sorry. This is my new favorite song in this video, and I can't stop singing along with it. Okay. To create these super dynamic poses, to create these super dynamic... Let me actually... Yeah, I know what I want to do here. These super dynamic poses... Now I want to show this, because I want to compare it to the 2D look of it, and then the 3D look of what it will look like. You have to almost break the rig, stretching and scaling his body to create the rig. And here I think I can actually use a clip from my recordings to show how I stretch and scale the rig. Before, let me grab the image for this. No, I need the raw image. Hold on. Here. Yeah, somebody actually linked me those presentations on Instagram, on Instagram comment. So like, hey, the fingers look kind of weird here. Check this out. And yeah, that's an interesting way to learn something new. Just like a random person sending you something super useful. Doesn't happen that often on Instagram, but it's really nice when it happens. What do I need? Oh yeah, right. I don't even think I have the... Oh, I do, okay. See, now here are the different separations. Here we have the background, the midground with only the colors, and then the line art here. Even the line art just itself looks cool. And the way you can separate them is by... There's a function in the grease pencil line art modifier where you can determine... Like, you can include occlusion in the grease pencil. So for example, you can say that it's supposed to ignore the first layer of geometry that it encounters, and you can use that to create this layer, to create the line art layer, to separate the line art from everything else by basically just putting a plane in front of the camera and then saying the line art modifier ignore this plane. It basically just draws the line art, but of course the plane is still visible for the rest of the camera. So it draws basically the line art in front of the camera of the geometry that is behind the plane. which is how you can create something like this. Okay, let me add these three. I can see something that we can do with this here. Spice it up. But first we need to set up the layout. Okay. Yeah, and then to combine these three, pretty simple. You can just do this, and then see they're all merged together. But this one is the background, I would guess. Yes, this one's the colors. So these ones work pretty well together since the colors have a transparent background, so the background will just, you know, go through it. But here you go. But for this one, the line art, since it's a white, since there's no transparency, you need to do a little bit a trick. not too bad, not too hard. You just need to change the apply mode from normal to multiply, and then there you go, and then everything's fine. And yeah, I'm gonna keep it like this for now. To create these super dynamic poses, you have to create the... Yes, so I want to zoom in a bit, create a slight movement here, just to make it a bit more interesting. There you go. And you can see here the rim light shining through. The rim light can be a bit hard to get right on the 3D model, but you know, since I can also do like some adjustments with the grease pencil afterwards, it doesn't have to be perfect, since I can also still manually adjust it. So for example, this section right here of the arm didn't actually have a rim light. I think it did, but it wasn't as prominent. And I just adjusted it afterwards with some overpainting to make it look better. Same with the hand right here. I think the hand didn't have one either. To create these super dynamic poses, you have to almost break the rate. Stretching is... Yes, perfect. Stretching and scaling his body to create extreme foreshortening like this. Okay, now let me see if I can find the clips where I actually stretch and scale. This one, was it shot 3 or shot 2? Yeah, here you can see the adjustments, time lapse of the adjustments that I made with the grease pencil. Once again, let's go through it. So you can see here, like for example, the hand was like not well lit at all. Looks really weird actually, because it's just like these weird dark areas right there. And then I just added the darkness right there, and it makes it look much better. Especially then once I add the lines as well for the knuckles, looks much better. Same for the, let's look at the rim line real quick. Let's see if that changes. I think so. Yeah, look at this. That's what it was before. Look at the rim line. What is this? Looks horrendous. I just tried to find the best one that I could find. Find the best one I could see, or could, whatever, find the best one I could create automatically, and then I adjusted it manually. Added to the head, of course, and then removed what it shouldn't have added. Like the foot, for example, the boot has like this weird white area right there. I just removed that. Same with the armband here. And I added some and I changed some. And it looks so much better than before. Oh my god, look at this. This looks kind of 3D, especially here with the hand, with these weird shadows. And then once everything is in, it looks so much better. Like this, there you go. So much better. How much time did you spend to learn all of this on such a solid level? Blender, animating, sculpting, drawing, editing. I'm using DaVinci Resolve to edit. I think this is all, like this point, you know, I started creating art, getting into art in 10th grade, which was when I was 16. Now I am 25. So 9 years ago, I guess, when I started learning how to draw. and then I went into what was it? Yeah, first I learned how to draw. Then I went into slightly, like a little bit of 2D animation because I was curious. I just did like very tiny bits. I watched Jazza back in the day when he did 2D animations and like flash animations on YouTube. Kind of learned through that. You know, sometimes you just are interested in something. You don't want to do it yourself, but you still want to know how something, you know, gets created, for example. So I usually just watched his videos and learned what he does, but I haven't really done it myself. But that still creates, you know, knowledge that you can then maybe use in the future. So first I did 2D art, like drawing and stuff, for a few years, 3 or so. Then I actually stopped all drawing. I went and started getting into my first job as a graphic designer, where I then rediscovered Blender and 3D, learned that, and got into sculpting. And in, you know, yeah, and then, you know, that when I started using Blender in 2019, and I don't actually remember, I think, so I wasn't bad at animating when I started Blender. Like I already knew some stuff, but I can't really tell you when I learned that stuff. I just remember picking it up. I think, like, you know, sometimes you just watch some videos that are interesting. Like if you over time, like over 2 years, for example, just watch 15 videos, or like, yeah, 15 videos throughout the 2 years about, you know, preparing or like creating seafood dishes. Then when you get into it, you already have some knowledge that you can apply. Even though you've never done it yourself, you know some of the pitfalls, some of the intricacies, some of the, you know, more fine details, probably the fundamentals that you then can try out yourself, basically. So when I then went into 3D and I switched a bit from sculpting, where I already had kind of a head start because I knew anatomy from drawing, and I went into animation, for example, I already kind of knew quite a bit. And then it was just about learning more about it, which I think I did a lot, especially in the Pixar video that you could watch right now. I made a Pixar video creating a Pixar animation in 30 days. And there, I think I learned a lot about the workflow, and especially the 3D workflow for animation. Because I've never done such an in-depth project about animation before. And that taught me a lot. And then, you know, from then on, all the other projects that I've made have kind of taught me more and more and more. Plus, of course, in addition to all the other, like, you know, other media that I might consume that teaches me a little bit more about 3D or animation or whatever. And then editing, editing came, I started editing when I was very young, because I actually started with a, what was it? I actually had a Minecraft YouTube channel at some point, where I just learned how to edit, like where I learned the most basics of editing. And I did that twice. I had one by myself, if I remember correctly, and then one with a friend back from high school. And we didn't do both of them for very long, but through that I learned kind of the most basics of editing. And then for, you know, with this channel I learned, I guess, the major thing that I know. Before that, I also then at some point randomly, one of my project managers in the ad agency that I worked said, like, hey, can somebody edit? No, we had one more person that could edit videos and did it before, but I think he was busy. So I just said, like, hey, I can edit some stuff. You know, I haven't done it for the last few years, but, you know, I thought, you know, maybe I can pull it back out because I was interested. I like video editing. So I edited that video, which is like a super simple video, just cutting together some clips. And through that, that kind of made me through that and just like a few more of those videos, because I think the same client wanted to have like a few more videos. I kind of like became the video dude in the agency, and made all the videos basically. My other colleague that also edited also did some of the projects. So for example, if a project included not only like posters, for example, and web ads, but also like custom animations and stuff, usually like the banners on Facebook or whatever on any website are animated, so he would do those, for example. But you know, for the more complex video stuff, I would be the one that would do it in After Effects. And that's how I got back into editing. And then of course through YouTube, I also learned a lot more through since when I started. So it's all accumulative over the last 9 years, I guess. Around COVID you found me? Yeah, I think that's, the Pixar video. Was that around COVID? No. COVID I started making videos. That was 2019, right? I think around COVID I realized, hey, since we were able to work from home, I had more time at home, you know, and could also I didn't have the, you know, I would just always have to drive to my to work. It wasn't a long drive, like 15-20 minutes, but it was still, you know, when you have to drive to your work, it's not just that you're driving for 20 minutes, it's also that you then need to, you know, undress and get comfortable, I guess. That time I would also include in the time that you lose in the traveling process. Like your morning is basically occupied by you getting ready to go there, and all that time you don't have to spend if you are working from home. Or some of that time, of course, you know, you still want to get ready for like a video calls or whatever, but it's definitely way less time. So I had more time looking, you know, had more time to spend on other stuff, and then I thought, hey, YouTube is cool. And I like Blender, so I might, you know, just create a Blender channel. And yeah, I started with one of my earliest videos was speedrunning a Minecraft grass block in Blender. I think it took me less than a minute to create a grass block in Blender. Basically just pulling the texture, like finding the texture on Google, pulling it off, downloading it, putting it into Blender, and then adjusting the UV and rotations for it to look like an actual block. Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. The stretching of the legs. This one right there. Oh, nope, I actually resetted it. Dude, here's the thing, right? There are like all these examples of bad CGI in anime, okay? But here's the thing. You just don't know about the good CGI. So, you know, there are all these compilations, oh my god, bad CGI in anime. But when it's done good, it is that good that you just don't see that it's CGI. It's kind of the same, there's like this, I think this video series by someone on YouTube. It's kind of called, what was it? Let me see if I can find it. It was like good CGI doesn't mean no CGI or something. Oh, no CGI doesn't mean, hold on, no CGI doesn't mean... Was it this? No, not white. Oh, this is it. This is it. No CGI is really just invisible CGI by the movie Rabbit Hole. You know, which is correct. CGI is trying to hide itself. So it's kind of like a chameleon or like an octopus, how they can change their colors that quickly. If you make like a camouflage class for chameleons, you will only ever see the bad ones because the good ones are not visible. So you don't even know what good CGI anime looks like, except if they say that they've used CGI. But even that will break the illusion, because then you overanalyze it and see, ah, now I see that it's CGI. Even though beforehand you didn't. But since somebody pointed it out, now you all of a sudden, of course, you see that it's 3D. So I think, like for example, here's one that I think, or magic, yeah. Here's one that I think uses 3D, but they never said they did. But it looks very 3D, which is Spirited Away. I think I showed that yesterday, but I want to show it again because this would be, it's kind of obvious, but it works really well. So as long as it works in the context, or look, as long as it doesn't pull you out of the shot, I don't think it's a bad, you know, it's bad to use 3D. Where's the, there it is. No, yes. Here. Let me see if I can find the shot. There it is. This shot right here. Look at this. The flowers. You cannot tell me that this is not 3D. I'm trying to think of a way to do this traditionally through how they animate anime. I just cannot think how they would do this without a 3D program. And it's not even hard to do this with a 3D program. And it looks way too smooth to not be a 3D program. But it works here because it's like all painterly, and all that has really been done here with 3D is create this, you know, this, the movement, create the movement, how it moves backwards and kind of to the side. All that, that's all that it does here. And it works because it's, everything is the same except for the movement. And there was another example in here, but I don't want to pull up Spirited Away and look through it because that would take too long. There was another one with a dragon kind of flies along the like escapes these weird paper birds and flies along the house, the bathhouse. That's another one where it looks 3D because of how the perspectives, like because of the perspective. Good CGI is so it's expensive that only wealthy studios and projects can afford it, I guess. And they definitely use not to cut corners, but to show cool visuals. Yeah. Yeah, it's it can I think it depends on, of course, like, you know, usually you think about CGI when you think about like inserting like an explosion or like a robot into a scene. But of course, if you have a more fantasy thing, like a fantasy-like environment, you can, I think, get away with less refined CGI. But it's definitely harder. Like, you need to have a very specific style for that to work. And usually, you know, the animation studios that want to implement, like when an traditional anime animation studio wants to implement 3D, they're probably also not as knowledgeable with you know, they haven't probably spent as much time just refining it and really honing in like how you can effectively use 3D and anime in their anime at least, that it's hard to create a you know, I guess a good shot. Another way you could use it is instead of actually using it to create full shots, you can also just use it as a guide to, for example, you know, there are people that paint all the environments. You can make their lives easier by creating the environment in 3D as like a block out first, and then they can use that as like a outline to have a, you know, to not having for them, so they don't have to create the perspective and stuff themselves. It might look too perfect if you do that, but I actually don't know. I think quite a few people do that. They, you know, they create a block out of the environment they want to paint, and then they paint over it once they have the block out done. And I think that can work pretty well for an animation, since there's enough layers of human influence for it to look, I guess, to look natural, not robotic. Kind of similar how people, you know, oftentimes have these reference, you know, these pose reference characters. You know, they have a 3D model that they can orient, you know, move around and use to create better looking drawings. They just don't use those 3D models for the final version. They just use it as reference. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna grab the other shot too that I made here, this one, because there was some stretching here too that I liked. Just so I have some variety in the shots that I show. Okay. The pose looks, it's so weird with how weird the pose looks. Like, if you just see, let me show you the reference that I had for this shot. If you see just the drawing, it looks cool and it looks natural, normal. But once you see it in 3D, it just looks so weird when you can rotate around it. Let me show you the reference for this. Here. This one was the reference, like with this really cool foreshortening of the boot getting close to the camera. And then I tried to do that here, and once I rotate around, let's see if I do it. Here you go. See how far I need to push the leg just for it to get close to the camera. But if you just see this, it doesn't really look like it. It just looks, you know, it looks like it could work that way. Or I guess you just maybe also just accept it because it's drawn. Maybe there's like a certain acceptance for mistakes that you just accept. Oh, another break. What is this? Sometimes I forget. Usually when I like leave my room or leave my desk to do something real quick, I pause my recordings. Sometimes I just forget. So what happens is I either record for like 15 minutes, nothing. Like I record nothing changing for 15 minutes, or I forget to unpause again and just don't record certain sections. That is actually worse than the recording too much. Because it's so, like, sometimes you just have this really specific thing still in your memory that you've done in the project and you want to show that as a clip in the video, but you just didn't record it, and then you're like, oh my god, are you serious? That happened with the Elden Ring video, where I created this smoke body for the last figurine, for the last piece, and I wanted to show me creating the smoke in like different steps, like rough version, refined, and then final, but I just forgot completely to record the process. Like, I didn't record anything of that process, so all I had was the final version. It's always the worst, but usually you can kind of play around with it and kind of still create something that looks good. The magic of editing. Okay, that should be good. Do we have one more clip of this? One more clip, maybe? Arcane has very cool effects of 2D blended with 3D. Yeah, I think that's a really cool style that I really like. I think that's something that actually also like a style that has been developed recently, where you start with a basis of 3D and then you add 2D effects on top. Let me see, I actually found one of those on Twitter. Let me see if I can find it again. Where they combined, where they added 2D afterwards. Let's see. No, I didn't interact with it, so I can't find it anymore, but it was like they added like small like 2D smoke plumes and stuff, and I think that's also going to help with the 2D look of this project here, using 2D special effects like VFX in addition, or like in combination with 3D. Something that I actually thought about was, dude, I cannot find it anymore. I found this 2D, like for editing, this 2D anime, or like, you know, animated visual effects pack, which are just like, you know, MP4s or MP3s or whatever. No, MP4s videos of like, you know, explosions and, you know, like wind or whatever. And they could be really cool to add into, like, in combination with 3D visual effects, but I just can't find it anymore. But that's probably also something that I probably want to try for this project. I guess if I can't find any of those again, I'll just paint them myself, draw them myself. Even though I've never really drawn VFX before. It's a whole new category of things. Okay, that should be enough clips. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Arcane is also kind of a weird... the way they... the way they mixed 2D and made it like used 3D and made it look 2D is also like a different way than anything else that I've seen before. Where they basically create a 3D environment, but then... Wait, did they actually do that? No, they painted 2D environments and then inserted the 3D characters into those environments, except in areas where if they interact with the environment, of course, they had to project the paintings onto a 3D model. But I think mostly they worked with paintings. Stretching is... Which is also good, because once you add, like, one big thing that can also break your 3D, 2D animation is just like camera movement and parallax. You don't have that in backgrounds of paintings because they don't move, right? They don't have any depth to them. So they, even if you move the camera around them, there's no parallax effect. And having that in a 3D animation that is supposed to look 2D will break that illusion as well. Great. Stretching and scaling his body to... Stretching and scaling his body. Great. Stretching and scaling his body. This one, thank you. Nope, this one. His body to create... Scaling his body to create... Great. Stretching and scaling his body to create... Right here. His body to create extreme foreshortening like this. But... Wait. Extreme foreshortening. Yes, okay, good. Maybe this shot? Yes. Extreme foreshortening like this. But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom in how you're posing the characters. Na. Okay. I think once we get to the compilation bit here of the video, I'm gonna go back through the clips and see what we can spice up. Wait, what do I need here? But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom in how you're posing the characters. Okay. This. But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is okay. Like this. But for this kind of animation, an expressive pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom. Yeah, I want to kind of tone down or slow down the cuts that I have here before then the compilation begins and speeds it up again. To create that anticipation. Pose is much more important than realism, so you actually have much more freedom. Wait, let me sync it to the music. Okay, good. One more. I need another clip. Probably from this one. Let's see if I can find a good one. Huh. Okay. That should fill the gap, and then it is time for the spice. Oh. Okay. Is that too loud? Hold on. -13 should be fine. Usually I have my, you know, just parts where I only play music at like -30. This one is a bit louder, but I think it should still be fine. Yes. There you go. Okay. Now it's first time to frame all the things, and then we can look at some effects. This one's already good. Okay, these clips are nice. So let's pull out the ruler and line them up. Okay, that's fine. I think I'm actually going to zoom in more. You know what? I haven't used it all yet. EV Next. Since I use EV mainly to create anime style stuff, I don't think I'm gonna actually use EV Next for quite a while. Since when I want to create something realistic, I just use cycles, and when I want to create something stylized, I use Eevee. And EV Next is, you know, kind of made to look more realistic compared to the previous version. So you can't even use EV Next for anime stuff, from what I've seen. So yeah, I'm probably not going to use it for quite a long time. Maybe I'll try using it for some of my rendered shots that I use in the videos, and maybe it actually works better. Like it looks almost the same and saves me a ton of time rendering. That would be great. But I just haven't, yeah, I don't know. I usually just use cycles because then I know that it's going to be basically not photorealistic necessarily, but, you know, as realistic as it can be. Some people actually say that even the previous version of Eevee looked better than Cycles. I was like, wait, what? I guess it always, I guess that like only really applied to like character lighting. But still, you know, I guess when it comes to like what lighting a character would have, it can, that can have some personal, you know, preference. But of course, if you want to make sure that it looks 100% realistic, then you would go with the cycles. Even though, you know, if you think it looks good, other people would probably also not question whether it looks realistic or not. But yeah, because you're usually, if you're the one creating it, you're also usually the one being the most critical, because you know of all the things that you could do better. But yeah. Welcome, Karen. For where you learn all of this 2D and 3D. A long process of learning small things, you know, small bits over a long time, over 9 years. A little bit of animation, a little bit of drawing, a little bit of 3D. Brought me to this point. Let's see if this works. Yes, kind of. I kind of want to find... I think I need to create an animation here. Just so I can focus on the elbow. I want it to stay in the middle. I think I actually also learned a lot about anatomy, about animation through creating those banner ads at my old ad agency. Because even if you create just like simple text animations, flow and rhythm and stuff is still important. So you kind of learn like about, you know, pacing and the overall, the overall, like creating a rhythm in an animation, for example. You still learn that even though you're animating text, for example. So everything you do when it, you know, even if it's just like very remotely related, can help you learn about whatever you do in the future. I remember the nightmare project that I was a part of once, where we had a project that was a shooting of like a car salesman, like a car brand, and they wanted to have a shooting, photo shooting, at a car dealership. And they told us, hey, you know, they already did one shooting and they wanted to have another one. They wanted to do another one with other models. And we asked, is the ground, or does the car dealership look the same? You know, do both car dealerships where we want to do the second shooting compared to the previous one, do they look the same? And they said, yeah, it's all, you know, looks the same. It looks exactly, you know, it looks exactly the same. And then once we did the shooting, we did the photo shooting, it did not look the same. It was basically it was a plastered ground that we had, and the previous photo shooting was on like an asphalt, a tarmac ground. And yeah. So what we had to do is replace the ground in each of our photos. Not only that, we also actually fully replace them and make them, of course, look realistic. Since it, you can't just replace the ground then just, it needs to look like the ground is actually the actual one that was in there. And not only in photos, but also in videos. And of course I had to do those videos. So I had to learn about how to cut, people out of videos and how to add fake shadows, or how to, remove the shadow from the background and, apply it to a new background and stuff. Or how to, oh yeah, that was the best part. How to add the reflection of the ground in the car to, how to change that to the new ground. I don't even remember how I did it back then. I think the ground just wasn't reflecting, I mean the car wasn't reflecting as much, so I just removed the reflection altogether. I think that's what I did. I just had to keep in mind that I keep the reflection of the person, because that one you were still able to see. But the ground, I think, wasn't visible, thank God. You're waffling when we teach us the mysteries of the jiggle physics. There are already jiggle physics tutorials out there, not that I would know. So you can look them up if you want. I so far haven't had very jiggly characters. Yeah, that was one of those nightmare projects that I told myself never again. And it actually, never happened again. But it is rare that something like that happens. But I think that kind of gave me, or that kind of burned itself into my brain as working with clients is horror. Which is also one reason why I don't really have sponsorships in my videos. Because working with people can be pretty excruciating. It has, its upsides, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't like doing it. And if I can avoid it, I will. There you go. This one. And then this one is the same. Luckily, that was the only real horror project that I was a part of. There were for a few more, but I was only always on the sidelines, so just listening to the people, lamenting all the garbage they had to do. And I was just like, oh my god, that sounds horrible. But I was never the one that had to do the horrendous stuff, luckily. I only ever heard from, I only have secondhand experience. Okay, good. This is nice. Yes, I'm only working on YouTube. I don't work like a normal job. Okay. We actually finished, have done quite a lot. Hold on, when did we, right here, right? No, this too. How far do we go? Right here. From 6:22 to 7:25. A minute! Oh my god! A whole minute. That's crazy. Beginning with 13 seconds, now we're at a minute, getting faster and faster. But that's usually the case with the end of the videos. Usually at the end, I can afford to edit a little bit less intensively, I guess, and add fewer crazy animations and stuff. Since it's almost the end and people stick around anyway since they want to see the end. But it's still really good. Sometimes I don't even finish that much in a day, like without streaming. But, you know, that also very depends on what kind of editing it is. If it's just finding clips, then it's of course easier and faster. If it's about creating some cool transitions, creating some cool effects, then of course it takes longer. But you know, also I'm not fully done with this part here now, since you know now it's time for the spice. So let's see what we can do here. Before that, actually no, never mind. Let's just continue. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Model is ready to do some test renders to see what a final result could look like. And this is oh, this one is not even framed. What is going on here? Aha, perfect. Yeah, I think what also helps a lot with this project is just that I keep I just keep the models very, very simple. The more complex the model becomes, the harder it is to make it look 2D. Because it gets harder and harder to hide the fact that it, for example, like perfectly rotates, has perfect proportions and stuff. That gets harder and harder to hide the more complex a model is. So the fact that this, you know, is pretty simple, definitely helps with that. Okay. Some test renders to see what a final result could look like. Oh, this one's also not framed. What is going on here? And now the model is ready to do some test renders to see. Okay, let me adjust this. Let me crop this a bit. Yep, okay. And then color. Which color? This one. Perfect. Okay, look at this. And so something I always like to do with my framing, I guess, for the shots that I like to choose is to make them as clear as possible. And here, for example, as you've seen before, with the cropping, you can see like these small things like the shadow right here, these lines, this weird line right here, like just some small details that you just don't need to see and they're just distracting. So what I often like to do is just remove those and only really focus on what, you know, you're supposed to look at. You could maybe even just remove this bit right there. And now it looks perfect. Look at this. It's the perfect framing. And now I just need to see if it, yeah, see the line shows up again. So I need to crop it a bit more. Look at this. It's perfect. As if this is, you know, as if this was never in a external window, in an external Blender render preview window. It's perfectly focused on him. Perfect. Okay. And then this one, kind of the same. See, I removed the UI here as well, the user interface, just to hide everything I can that isn't, that could throw up some questions that are unnecessary. see them. And now the model is ready. Here's a fun little transition that I did, where I show off the pixelated edge, and then I go into the screen view by pulling it apart, and then show how it's getting covered by the line. So I'm trying to find opportunities for something like this. I could maybe zoom out from here to here, although that doesn't really work because it's not, because this area right here is on the shoulder and his shoulder isn't visible. What I could do is reverse this. That would be a good idea actually, because I would probably rather like this seeing this first and then going down, rather than the other way around. Let's see what that would look like. So this, and then woo. So you could maybe create a shot where it zooms out of this area and then into this full shot. That could be interesting. I think I'm going to do that. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Do that and then freeze frame. Also, if you want to see some more or learn some more, well, actually, it's not, I don't know. If you want to see some more of the things that I see, that's such a weird thing to say. I actually recently started using Twitter to, because oftentimes when I do like research about these projects, I learn like new techniques and stuff, you know, through Twitter threads or even just like small posts, just like small techniques or small things that I think, you know, are informative or interesting. And I recently started actually interacting on Twitter. So, you know, liking stuff and, you know, asking questions and stuff. And if you want to see what I do there and all the interesting stuff that I find, you can follow me there if you want. Hold on. I am here. This is me, okay? With the little dude here in the middle. At Nori3D, there you go. Stuff like this really crazy thing. Look at this. It's a 3D model, a 3D... Oh. I don't know why videos just don't load right now. It's a 3D model of an apple, but the apple is not the interesting thing. Let me show you what it looks like on the inside. Was it in here? Cool figurines. Here it is. Look at this thing. That's the apple. Oh. That's the apple. And then bam. Crazy stuff inside. I thought about maybe a project like this, but I haven't really found a good idea yet. But maybe this could be something cool in the future. Yeah, stuff like this. Or this one was just like about you know, some interesting statements or whatever that I find. Or this, I don't even know, like, I don't think this is Blender, but this is like a kaleidoscope eye shader that if you move around in the viewport, it, you know, looks like a kaleidoscope, changing colors and stuff. This one here is really cool. This one I found really, really cool by Max Hay. You might know them. Because you could just create the scene, yeah, right? And make all the windows 100% reflective, but no. They actually went to the extra mile and actually added the interior as well. It could just be images, but I don't think so. It looks like it's 3D, which is really, really cool. Like, putting that extra effort in makes these images look so much better as well. Or this one. This one's just a whole Blender scene might be Eevee. I would guess so. It could also be pre-rendered, I guess, but like moving around in your scene with like a phone camera, I think, as like, which then you apply to the in-game to the 3D camera to move around in your scene. And like this scene right here looks really, really cool. Yeah. Or this Berserk fan art, like really sick framing. Yeah, so if you want to see more of that, make sure to check it out. Okay, let's see if we can create this. So this is already good. So all I need is 10 frames, right? Yeah. Okay, let me put that together. And then we can create a cool transition. Okay, so the idea, so the way, this is actually pretty simple of an effect, like just zooming out of the shoulder into the whole body shot, the next shot, which is, you know, seeing his whole body. The way you do that is pretty simple. You just go in here. First of all, you kind of make it transparent so you can see both, so you can match them. And then you go in here and grab the first one, which is the full body shot, the one that you want to get into, to zoom out into, I guess, and transform it. Oh, there you go. You transform it to match up with what you see in the first shot. Probably 10. Doesn't have to be perfect, just, you know, roughly. That already looks pretty good. Like this. There you go. Maybe a bit more. Okay. And then you grab another transform node and just create the zoom out. So just animate the size and try to match the framing that you had before. Wait a second. No, okay. Try to match what you had before, like the full frame. Try to match that again. Okay. Because you want to make sure that there's no jumping or like no flickering once the transition is done. Oh. Hey, what? Oh, okay. 627 looks good. Six to 7. Okay. And then of course sideways too. Okay, 626 looks good. And then it is already animated. Woo! See how it already matches quite well? And since you also then just add a little bit more speed into it, you can even just adjust it here if you want. Could you? Would you want to? Hold on. Let me change this a bit more. Ah, I wasn't even at the edge. Hold on. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just too too invested right now in this. Okay. And then the transformation needs to be adjusted again, I think. Yep. And so you can see here now the transformation looks almost perfect. And this way, now afterwards, once this zooms out, you could then just change the transparency of the previous clip, and it perfectly transitions from one to the other clip. There you go. Top side looks good. You can you can see it even matches almost perfectly here. This clip is still here, but it matches almost perfectly. So now all you need to do. Oh, I also want to adjust the spline a bit, which is the same like the animation curves you also have in Blender. How the value changes over time. So this just makes it a bit smoother. I think I want to make it even smoother by just changing this a bit more to like 3 maybe, and 7. So this means it starts slower and then just speeds up faster. Zip. And then change this. Probably like around 3. You want to oh, set the blend from 1. Actually, no, you probably just want to go here. And 10 is 0. And then if you look at this, ooh, and you have this little animation. If you want to be a bit more exact, what you could also do is go in here with the first clip. You can see the sharp edges if you want to remove those too. For example, what you could do is just grab a circle and then make it softer. Okay. And then at the beginning, it is completely not there. Oh, width and height animated. And then at the end, at like at 5 maybe, you set it up to be like this. And now there are no sharp edges. Doesn't make a huge difference. But, you know, I think it helps a little bit. I think what actually might be better might not be an ellipse, but a cube. Not a cube, a, what's it called? A square. There you go. Can you scale this? Hold on. Oh, you can. Perfect. No, you can't. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. So you start at 0 with no masking. Width and height. And then you end with... No, we go to 5. Then change it to maybe the small. And then change... The soft edge is already there. Perfect. You could also animate the soft edges if you wanted, I guess. Bam. Look at that, almost invisible. There you go. It's just a small thing, but it can help. Okay, let's see what it looks like. And now the model is, yeah, see, it's since it's so fast, it's not that visible anyway. And it just creates an interesting, different way to switch from one scene to the other. Just these small things that make a video better. And now the model is ready to do some tests. Yeah. There is a preset to zoom in, but somehow no preset to zoom out, unfortunately. So if you want to zoom out, you have to unfortunately create that yourself, but it doesn't take that long. Okay, it is 4 p.m. for me, almost. I think I stopped yesterday at 4 p.m. too, because I want to get this video done soon. And want to finish this hopefully over the weekend, so I can get this out. And then the plan right now is to continue streaming and do something other than editing. Back to Blender for the next, streams. So yeah, I'm gonna spend the rest of my day, well, yeah, spent, you know, now concentrating fully on this so I can get this done as quickly as possible. And then I guess you can see what I achieved tomorrow if you want to join. Same time again, around, what was it? 12 a.m. UST. Yeah, and if you want to see anything else, check out Twitter, check out my channel, and join my Discord if you want to get an alert when I go live, if that bot actually works. Sometimes it doesn't. You can join with this link. So yeah, the video is not done yet. It is, so you can see it here, progress pick. Here you go. This one is not part of it. Here's the progress. This is just like a backlog of clips that I could use. Here's the progress, okay. We're almost like, let's say 80% done. Some parts require some more time, like these compilations. So they, you know, it's not exactly 80%, but we're right here. So a little bit more, so we can probably finish maybe half or maybe a little bit less tomorrow. And then I can do the rest over the weekend. And then you will be able to see what the final result looks like. So yeah, thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And yeah, see ya. See ya.